It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Now that didn't freak out at all. That went straight through. Now you just did it.
I don't know what to tell.
I don't
know what to tell.
I'm gonna time it.
It's a lot less than it was.
Shouldn't be happening at all. Like even a little bit.
I was seeing how the stream is going. I don't think there's any others. The only one I saw was Auntie Deb, and he was fine this morning. Oh, fuck.
I'm timing it. We'll see what happens.
It seems to be being a lot less, but who knows?
14.66 seconds, so it's probably 15 seconds.
Like a request in the StreamYard to see what's up. I don't know, but I don't know.
Miss Lynn, do you see it?
Tom is fine. Okay, Mike keeps popping out. I'll watch it on Twitter real quick. I don't know. See what happens. So Tom is fine. It literally pops off for a second.
Yeah, it just does that little wheel and then it's fine.
Yeah, it goes bang, bang, comes right back on. So we don't know what the problem is.
So now we're in unison. At least hey, we got something right, Mike.
Okay. Good. We're getting better.
Yeah, progress, right?
Right. Hey, do you want to play that video I just sent you from Truth?
Every 10, it has to 10 seconds. I got popped so high. I got popped 3 times yesterday.
Oh, did you really? Okay.
Can't even play it. I know that's the song that's whacked.
Oh yeah, definitely.
No doubt about that one. So
yeah, it's such a good video. If you're not,
so good. So good video.
Can you post it then too, so that people get it on yours as well?
Yeah. Whoever made this has got talent. I'll tell you.
Truth and something, not transparency, but Truth and I forget who it was. Let me find it. So they deserve props for this.
I just heard it. You may have blinked again. It's the truth is always the truth.
Yeah.
I think the truth is always the.
I think it's the truth.
Yeah.
The truth. No, the truth is always the strongest.
Yeah. They nailed it with this one. I can't.
That's so cool.
Yeah, they did a great job with that.
JFK was just on 94.5.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yep.
Nice. Anything good?
I can't. Well, actually, I could. Hold on. I'll send it to you right now.
Okay. Sweet. This I'm gonna.
Seems to be worse now.
Copy.
I know. I don't understand. I wonder if it's got to be StreamYard because it's both of it. It
has to be.
Right.
All right. Well, let's find out who's going to find out.
It'll probably be me. It'll probably be me in the blink. So
let's see who hangs out the most. Last one's in.
So this is a litany test. There you guys go. So
Yeah.
you can make it be a flight, a pilot.
I love that. I love that, Mike. They got to make more.
Oh my god, that was all AI.
Was it really?
Yeah, all AI generated. There's some talented people out there, man. We're blessed. I like that. We're blessed.
Oh, absolutely.
Imagine what people did before this. Like if you wanted a sham trial and you didn't know it would just go on in life. So you'd never hear about it, and only a small group of people would be affected by it until the press came around and started covering this stuff. And the Turtle Boy, started the movement. And he's right. He did get this together
Absolutely did.
through his journalism, and I was actually to be able to produce something that was well written that we could all digest and relate with. That's a certain talent.
My trial continues at 11. Our defense is expected to begin. There's a line out the door half an hour before they opened yesterday to get in. Hopefully, we can end this case today and focus on the important case across the street. See you in Dedham.
I guess our Karen Reed's on a 10, and Brian LTL was just talking about it from 10 to like maybe 12 or 1 today.
Okay.
Housekeeping stuff. And then tomorrow, it's going to be a banger.
Well, kind of, we're trying to talk. Ooh.
What's up?
Mama Llama.
What's she talking about?
That's right. I don't know. Barry says, good morning. Good morning, Kerry.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. Like, I saw Plevin and Coffin Doofus. I saw Kevin and Coffin Doofus. It was like,
no.
Ridiculous. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
he looks good for a healthy sick guy.
Well, he looks worse to me than he did because I don't watch him a lot, and so I'll see him like every couple of weeks, whatever, couple of months, and then
I tried to turn him on. I tried to hit the button yesterday. I could only get like 30 seconds in. And I had to watch anymore. I just couldn't.
Okay.
I tried.
I like how he just went pink. Who turned us to pink? I like it. Yeah.
Listen, I want to take a second. Thank you very much to Will for letting us stream him yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Will. Me and Will have an understanding. We goes way back from day one, for Christ's sakes. He's allowed to stream me, and he lets me stream him. So, just so you guys out in the chat world know, there's been like it's okay. Okay. Like we help each other sometimes like that. It's all right, people. You know? You don't need to go and say you're streaming, he's streaming you, whatever. It's a waste of your time. It's already been. I don't need to ask him, and he doesn't need to ask me. Put it that way. Like we've been.
It's a handshake. It's a handshake.
It's beyond, yeah. So thank you, Will, for letting us yesterday. He was away. We were able to get Aiden, at least on the other channel. We have it so that people could at least hear some of it. We still captured it for you guys. So that was a big thank you to him for doing that for us. Pretty nice of him to do that. Is it that bad, guys?
Yeah, it is, but I don't know what to do. So I don't know. You guys just want to keep going? Do you want to try like going to Twitter and then come back like on your screen, like share the screen with Twitter, or do a video, or play a Mikey Nuts video? I don't know. I don't have the answer for you.
I don't know either.
But I know that people doing YouTube morning and they were fine. So I don't understand.
They're still doing. I mean, if I pull YouTube up, I can watch anything.
Yeah, so no one was breaking up without StreamYard. Yeah.
It's in StreamYard that we're hiccuping, and it seems to be me and you.
Yes.
See,
yes.
Boom, and it's not happening to anyone else, Mike.
No.
Why?
People are saying they can hear us without breaking out that way. And they're watching the chat go, no problem. But it's you and I at the pictures. Maybe people are taking pictures of us. Who knows? Maybe Big Brother, the government, wants a couple of snapshots of us. Facial recognition. The guy in the blue truck down the street from me is just taking pictures of you right now.
I'm gonna say my friend up the street, he knows. Let me check.
Audio's the audio is totally fine, so it's kind of weird. Interesting. Does anybody know where the stream will be today at 10 o'clock, or like who's carrying it? I mean,
Law and Crime, I think.
I don't know.
Yeah. So I have a problem with Comcast here. It's not.
Oh, it's Comcast in the area?
Well, yeah. Gotta need them.
Okay. That's weird. I think they'll get it ready. I mean,
I don't know if I can share this. I can show you.
probably just send in a bullet through.
See? Look at. This is from me to StreamYard and back. So that's my house. This is up street, and then bang. Right? Need them?
I can't see it, but if you just tell me, that's fine. I believe it.
Can you guys see? There's dots. I don't know if you guys see the dots.
It's really small. It's really small on the left-hand side, but yeah, I can see it now.
The dots are missing.
Okay.
So that's an issue on the internet. Melanie Little is streaming it. Okay.
What is she streaming? Yeah, what I've noticed too is like people aren't pushing it to Twitter as much. Some people are like Mel push it to Twitter. You gotta go to YouTube and watch it. You know.
Okay.
I don't know, that's what we should do. And that way there you can get more people to come over and to YouTube. I don't know. Something to think about.
All right.
What do you guys like? Do you guys like it on do you guys like it on Twitter? Who's watching it on Twitter right now? Anybody? Tom, it's on all channels. Okay. It's on all channels. You watch it, Darcy, on Twitter? A lot of YouTuber people. I see the side of that.
There it is.
So what do you guys think about the court links, Sammy? Any different thing? I don't know. I mean, that well, we're playing checkers.
Just making one of them was really good. I don't know what happened to it. Boom. See? And Mike, when that happens, it's you guys that are kicking out. Watch the stream. The stream won't flicker. Even though it's not broadcasting anything, I'm still streaming it. Now you're gone. Boom. Now you came back up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
It's not the stream though. That we're
Oh,
doing right this second.
The stream just went though. I thought no.
No, I just saw you flicker. You just did it again, but not the stream I just put up there. So something's bizarre.
Yeah. Huh.
That makes sense.
Well, you just said your Comcast. It could be your connection because you're the host.
No. It's how it gets from me to StreamYard and back.
Right. So if you're the host,
traffic.
Right. If you're the host,
StreamYard is the host.
So you're sending it out, and they can't get it because of the problem with Comcast. Right? Yeah. Yeah. It's starting at 10. You're all blinking. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Well, you can't see the channel 10 screen blinking. Yeah, it was just blinking.
I just see you. You're the only one that just goes on and off. And Tammy says all three are blinking. Tammy, did you live in Massachusetts by any chance?
Yeah, good question.
Boom.
Yeah, I wonder what the crowd's like down in Dedham. I'm going to see what Twitter does. I'm sure it's the same.
All right, Tammy's in New Hampshire. So
can she see it?
She says all three are blinking. All three of us.
Yeah. Oh, it's so quick on TV. It is. Wow. It's literally like a millisecond.
What, the flash?
Yeah, it's like bang, bang. You know, doesn't really go that slow. We see it a lot slower in real time, but yeah, it's definitely blinking. It's aggravating as shit.
Yeah. And why us though? Do you know, like that? I don't.
You just said the cable was kind of screwed up in Dedham.
Yeah, but why? how I get on the internet's different than how you get on the internet. We both take different paths to get to the. We're two
But
different paths.
let me ask a question. If you're the host and you're sending it, it's got to go through your server somehow, right? No? Okay.
It goes. It's I go to a web page like
Yeah.
Yahoo. I log into Yahoo, and that lets me connect everybody together through Yahoo's page
All
there.
right.
So
Okay.
they're doing all the heavy lifting. I'm
Okay.
not doing the serving, but I'm managing it through the web page.
Okay.
So I'm going through the web page to tell it to do this, this, and this. And up comes StreamYard.
All right.
So
Yeah, you lost me at upload, so with you though.
yeah, we don't want no one to have seizures. We're not doing this on purpose. It's YouTube because other channels just went down. Really?
It's what? Just us two?
It says YouTube because other channels just went down. It's messed up. I tried to send you the link this morning, Mike, and
Yeah.
it said on X, it said the service is overloaded. So if
Really?
they're getting a DOS attack or something from there, then this is an issue.
I'm gonna watch somebody else right now.
All right. Well, we don't want no
No.
one to have a seizure, really. If you want turn away. Or
Can't tell.
if you're adventurous, go to the light.
I don't know. I don't know. Who knows?
Not me.
I can't figure it out.
Boom. It's annoying as all everything. Listen, didn't Hank have 4 rebuttal witnesses he was coming up with?
Canceled them.
Gone.
Did you see Danielle sent us that?
God love that lady. My God. Woo.
I think they ran, dude. They figured they knew Alessi was gonna cross them. And they're like, we want no part of this.
They tapped out early. We
Yeah.
ain't getting in the ring with that boy.
We already lost a lot of customers and clients. We can't afford to lose anymore. Everybody's going to Arca. Unless they want a different result. I don't know. I don't know. But yesterday was tough. Yesterday was tough to me. Personally.
Yeah. Mike, it's tough for a lot of people. Really was. I mean, we've been doing this for how long, Mike? How long?
Fuck. You longer than me, but man, fuck me. Well, I was boots on the ground, but you were online longer than me, and that's where it's a little bit different being online and being there. You're a little different. You're outside. You're meeting people. Like it's a whole different distraction. But when you sit here and you focus on the trial and you're watching it, and you're like just the chat's going and you're watching everything, and you're like, this is an abomination of the justice right now that we're watching it, and it's unfolding in front of you, and I'm like, I can't believe in a first world country like we are that this is actually happening. This is allowed. It's so disappointing. So disappointing. You don't have money or the means, you're fucked. You can
Simple
be
as that.
Yeah, you're the most innocent person in the world. As long as you have a bad cop and a bad DA, you got fucked.
Don't matter what we got for money, does it?
Nope.
Imagine that you $1 million of small donations, Mike.
I forget who it was.
$20, $25 donations.
Yeah,
That takes a lot of donations, man.
And like the messages were great. Like, we got to quit, keep going. Like literally throwing $5 and they're on a message board with a saying, and Karen reads them.
God,
she
yes.
does. Yeah.
Yep.
We can spend a whole show going through all the bullshit.
It's just
100, 200, 5, 10.
$1 million. That takes a lot of donations to make $1 million.
What do we got today? Do you know?
I'll check right now.
Yeah.
Because I mean that feat in itself, Mike.
No shit. I remember when you guys first started off, you thought 5,000 was a good number. Remember? I don't know. That was kind of cool.
Me and Nick. We're talking about $5,000 is a lot of money. All right, where are we going? it? Can't see it. Dive Bar Pizza. Weekly standouts.
I can't see it if you don't have it out.
No, I'm just trying to
all right.
find the other
I think it's
one.
KarenReed.net. Karen Reed? No, is it KarenReed.net?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
defense fund.
Kristen,
Free Karen Reed.
Kristen, we won't swear, Kristen. You're in the bus. No. Hey, how is she making out, by the way? Good?
She's doing all right. She's doing all right.
Can't have a text.
$65,157.
Wow.
13,187 people donated.
Wow.
13,187
All right,
people.
so let's do the math real quick. So you have, let me hit this clear. We have 1,065,157 divided by what? 13,000 what?
13187.
3187 equals $80 a person.
Wow.
$80.77. Look at that. I can see below my like $10. Then you have $100.
Right.
Well, that's so $80 per person.
25.
Strong.
$11, right?
That's strong.
25.
And you know,
20.
things are tough. Things are tough, dude. People don't have a lot of money.
And they're giving it to Karen, $15.
It's huge. That's the real deal right there, Holyfield.
Yeah. It's just it's if people can help in this way and they think it helps, which it does. It absolutely does. But if this is how they can help and get involved, this is how they can help and get involved, right? If this is their way, this is their way.
There's something tangible now. They can go and they can screenshot their comment and they can keep it forever and put it on a screener or whatever you want to do.
Did you see that his son's birthday, Kai?
Yep.
This is his 10th birthday. Everyone's saying happy 10th birthday to his son. That's the nicest thing.
After that happened, I posted happy birthday, Kai, like seconds after. I think it was up to almost 3,000 likes yesterday.
Yeah.
Views.
Isn't that just awesome? Look at all these people. Happy 10th birthday. Yeah. Happy 10th birthday. Yeah. It's just so many nice people out there, Mike.
That's how many people love Dr. Rensler, man. He held his composure because there was a point there I was like, man, if this guy was like in a bar room together and they had a couple of drinks, it wouldn't be the same cordial. I don't know. It's hard for me to I don't know if these guys will like leaving all the courtroom when they walk out, they're like, okay, gotta go home, get the kids up the bus and do some more work for another trial. I mean, like seriously, man, your emotions are running so high and
yes. Yep.
I can always, like I said, but I could be a lawyer, but I don't know if I could be a lawyer like Hank.
Oh,
I don't. If I was a defense and I believed in my client, I had all the facts and proof, and I was running into a guy like that, I'd just be like, "What are you doing? Can't you fucking figure out what's happening here?"
Yeah.
But anyways, like you said to me on the phone, he's a hired gun.
He's doing his job. He's doing exactly what he was made to do, and that's just destroy him as much as he can. Just it's him against it's pretty much Lally and McLaughlin against Alan, Liza, David,
Alessi,
and
Victoria George and Karen.
I mean, so there's no match there, right?
Right.
He's got to play dirty. He doesn't have enough players to begin with, let alone he's handicapped. He's got Lally.
But don't you think he would leave that courtroom, like, Koskowski's are there, all the world, like he might have people that he knows that are smart in medical injuries, law that are helping him out. I would think he would ask for some kind of reference because he can't know it all. And Lally obviously doesn't know it all. I don't know what the right word.
I'm curious as to Lally's playing a role in this whole thing.
He was playing with paper clips yesterday, bro.
Yeah, because listen, he's giving this to Hank. Run with this. Run with this. Run with this. Run with this. And Hank's doing all the work. Or aiming so. All the arguments are already made by Lally and Sarah. They know this case inside and out. That's who they make each time they bring up a point of contention. That's because that's what they write to give to Hank. Hank's just doing the reading, dude. He's just doing the face work.
You don't think he's come up with the questions or any of that?
I don't think he's that really? Inverse with as much as you think he might be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I saw him pull out his phone the other day and put it on the podium when he was getting on that, when he made that mistake with the sweatshirt.
Yeah.
That was huge, dude.
Of course it is. Everything they do is huge. It's all not right. All backhand, underhand stuff. And how much money do you have? Does it matter? It doesn't. Not when you have a corrupt judge and a corrupt, prosecutor. You're not winning that. No, it doesn't matter how much money you.
Fucking A, dude.
Yeah. Oh, did I send that to I think I sent something to myself. Let me check something.
Kerry just posted, hey, just a friendly reminder that 423 hours away from the disgraceful Chief Rafferty early retirement date of 6/30/2025. Thank fucking God. Oh,
there's my sound.
I'm gonna remember where it can. Say, yo, what's up?
So check this out, Mike.
What do you got, buddy?
Let me change this. You ready?
Yeah, buddy.
Watch this guy, Mike.
Okay.
Joke. It was guilty until proven innocent. It's bullshit. It sucks. It's really stacked against you unless you got a lot of money. Try to stay out of trouble, but I wasn't even trying to get in trouble, and I did. And the guy, my public defender, who they give you the fucking dumbest guy ever, and he's like, "I'll get you 2 years. You have 2 years. You'll be out. You'll be out by the time you're 23." I'm like, "Oh, you a fucking idiot! I didn't do it." When I went to court, it was an absolute joke. It was guilty until proven innocent. It's bullshit. It sucks. It's really stacked against you unless you got a lot of money. Try to stay out of trouble, but I wasn't even trying to get in trouble, and I did. And the guy, my public defender, who they give you the fucking dumbest guy ever, and he's like, "I'll get years. You have 2 years. You'll be out. You'll be out by the time you're 23." I'm like, "Oh, you a fucking idiot! I didn't do it." When I went to court,
well,
then you're a felon.
Just like that. But you take the 2 years even though you didn't do it.
No. Well, it's funny we talk about when I went to Stoughton with my stupid charges of walking my dog and allegedly spitting on somebody.
I got fight.
Yeah, I got assault and battery for allegedly spitting on my contractor who is 55 years old. That's considered assault and battery on an elderly person. They charged me with that on Christmas Eve.
Of course. Why wouldn't
I had to go to court for that, right?
Think about that. Why not, right?
Christmas Eve.
Why not? I'd wait until then too.
My contractor just sitting there in the parking lot, like I threw a punch or something. He's sitting there with his hat off, wiping with his door, like it's a big deal. And I'm like, what's going on? And that's when I met Deaver. That's when she circled around me and stuff. And I was like, this is fucking crazy. So I go to court. Now this is right before John. This is the December right before John.
Ugh.
Okay. And I go to court. Maybe it was, maybe it was. I forget. Anyways, I'm in there and it was my lawyer was like, he's never dealt with Fulton before. He's a South Shore guy, so he's in Brockton or whatever. He was blown away. Maybe because it was just me and what they were trying to do with me. You know what I mean? he's like, Mikey, we need to just like, we're at the mercy here. I'm like, yeah, basically, he's like, you got to kind of just bite your tongue. 18 months, dude. 18 months.
Yep.
Probation.
Yeah. And it doesn't come a dime. They don't care. They laugh about it.
Yep. They all were laughing behind me. Like I could see it happening now. Like the downstairs. Ha ha ha.
And
Got
right.
that Mikey kid. Yeah. That's twice we got him. We're gonna get him another time, It's horrible, dude. Horrible.
Exactly, dude. That's Hartman and the state police out there at the freaking buffer zone. That's how it started out. That's how it was, just like that. They're all out to get you.
You think it's they don't have a list. They do. They're just like you and I. They hold grudges. They get upset. Like I said yesterday, how do you walk out of this morning, how do you walk out of that courtroom and not feel like I'm a piece of shit or I'm a do-gooder?
It's definitely a choice, you got, isn't it?
Is the juice worth the squeeze?
And that's a choice.
Right.
Are you okay with that choice, or?
Well, I've noticed Hank's suits have become a lot nicer in the last month or so.
I noticed that too.
Did you know? Yeah,
shiny.
They're all nice and tailored in the back, and his suit selection went way up.
Yep.
He's wearing $2,000 suits. Yeah.
He knows he's in public eye.
Yeah. So who plays Hank Brennan in a movie?
Oh.
Michael Keaton? No, can't get Michael Keaton. I don't even know.
Who's that guy? He's Michael McConaughey.
Matthew McConaughey?
Yeah.
Plays Hank Brennan? No, I wouldn't give him the props.
He can play. Hey, he can play dumb.
He's got a southern draw.
You get Tom Hanks.
Kevin Bacon.
Dump the attorney.
Kevin Bacon plays Hank Brennan.
Kevin Bacon, I can see that.
He lives up here. He's got the Boston accent.
He can play dumb.
Yeah. He can do it. Pee-wee.
He's dead.
Pee-wee Herman is powder. He died.
Dead.
Did you watch the interview with him?
No.
Oh, it's on Netflix or something like that. It's crazy, his career.
Oh, he was troubled. That boy was. He didn't make much money on it.
Gay's a thrill too.
Oh yeah.
He got once somebody got railroaded. He was like an art collector, and obviously he liked men, so he had pictures of like magazines of men. Right. They tried to prosecute him for child pornography.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. Tried to ruin the guy. Like that's the shit that we don't hear about. Like back then, it was StreamYard and all that shit.
Right. There was just on the big what they printed, what they allowed printed.
That's right, man. They control the narrative every single time. I think OJ was one of the first cases where you saw it kind of set the switch, where people's voices were louder than the narrative.
Scott Peterson was different too. That kind of changed things.
Was it? How long after OJ was that?
OJ was at the beginning. They got us all kind of perked that someone could actually get away with murder.
Jeremy Renner is Turtle. I thought Mark Wahlberg was going to be. Who knows? I like Jeremy Renner. I do. That's a good pick. I like Tom Hardy too. I don't know if you guys have been watching Tom Hardy shows. The Irish guy. Oh, he's fucking good. Have you watched was it Mobland on Netflix, Tommy? Do you have Netflix?
Mobland.
No? You want HBO Matt? Well, yeah, check it out if you haven't watched it, man.
Why did I see? I saw a preview for that. I think.
Oh, it's over now. You have it's good. I'm not gonna ruin it, but if you get a chance, but okay. You know what I just watched too was Sirens with Kevin Bacon. It takes place in Nantucket. You don't watch that. It's a murder mystery. It's fucking good.
Mobland. Netflix.
Yeah, Tom Hardy is Brennan. I don't know about he's too small. Yeah, Brennan. Yeah, Mobland is great. Everybody likes Mobland. Yeah, Mobland was awesome, dude. Yeah, I'm making a Mobland too, just so you know.
Really?
Yeah. If you want to watch a great movie, and it's called Sisu, SISU. It's a Finnish movie, but it's in English, right? It's about the Finnish people in the wartime when that was scavenging their country.
Yeah. They wasted everything over there.
They did. Yeah. They scorched the earth over there. But this,
yeah,
you could just go into your Comcast and hit search. You'll find SI
Yeah.
dime piece,
Okay.
dude.
Nice.
Fucking dime piece. That's my heritage. That's where we
Okay.
come from. Oh
I
man.
love all that World War II stuff.
Oh, me too. I'm a big WW2 fan.
Yep.
Winston Churchill, one of my favorite people, man.
Yeah.
Oh, so you know this sign here. You're like when you hold your peace sign up, it's peace, right? And this is
VE
from,
Day.
and then this is from victory from Winston Churchill.
Yes.
That's where that came from. Yeah,
V for victory, right?
that's right. Yeah, that's right. We just had a big D-Day back on June 6th. It's amazing how people forget what we went
Greatest
through.
generation ever. People couldn't imagine what they went through.
Your parents and my parents, I think. Yeah,
we were lucky. We were kind of the middle of that. We didn't get tapped for anything. Well, but that wasn't much of anything. That was just a thing.
We were just right in between that. I know people that went, obviously, and I know people that didn't go that were listed. It was like they needed you home, they needed you there, they needed you whatever.
My brother went. They used his ship to bounce the radar off up to launch the Tomahawk cruise missiles when they opened the war.
That's awesome. I remember watching
his ship could get in closer, so they used his radar on his ship to send the signal to the Tomahawks to give them the updated coordinates. So when they went by, the ship would beam the coordinates to the Tomahawks and give them the most crucial, up-to-date information. And only certain ships could talk to them. So,
Billy Bob Thornton plays Hank Brett. Perfect. That is fucking perfect. RVA, yes.
Yep.
That's good. That's good.
Hey, Donkey's here.
Yeah.
But I used to love, what was it? Dexter was good.
Yep.
Breaking Bad was good.
Oh my God, Breaking Bad.
And then Ozarks was freaking the bomb.
Oh God, that was great.
Oh,
there's so many good shows out.
Oh, yeah.
What?
General quarters for 3 days straight following a Chinese frigate bringing a nuclear agents into Iran in '93, Persian Gulf. Whoa. The reactor on his ship scrammed, so they had to go to general quarters. Dude, that sucks. General quarters is like no joke. You're right. You don't leave your spot.
Yeah.
That's it. Your position. That's it.
I rewatched Chernobyl a couple of weeks ago too.
Yeah.
Like I did like the whole. I sat down on a rainy Saturday. I put it on like 9 a.m. and just let it go to like 3, whatever it was.
My was on the Truxton, the USS Truxton. I think it had a low number too. I think it was what was the Truxton? Yeah, plane crashed in India. You see that, Mike? Let me pull that up. Oh no.
Dude. Oh, Jesus.
I was watching it live. Again, YouTube, you know? It would take days.
Oh, yeah. Just like the North Korea show was, you know.
Dude, bad. It went into like houses and stuff.
Everybody, was it a Boeing? Do you know?
Huh?
Was it a Boeing plane or?
Yeah, 787, dude.
Oh, big boy.
Not a 77. That's the double decker. 787 Dreamliner.
I see it up top there on my screen. I don't know if you want to bring it down. Wow.
Let me do it this way. Come on. Actually, let me do it this and open that window full screen.
So it was a 787. That's the first one, right?
From Fox shows smoke billowing crash site near the airport in Ahmedabad, a city with a population of more than 5.
It just took off.
The director
all on fuel, everything loaded up.
Loaded.
Associated Press.
Everybody dead?
AL-171, which is a Boeing 787-8, crashed into a residential area about 5 minutes after taking off at 1:38 p.m.
Residential area.
We are learning there were 232 passengers and 12 crew members aboard the flight, which had been bound for London's Gatwick Airport. Gatwick posting on X this Thursday that it could confirm the flight, which had been due to arrive 6:25 p.m. in London,
Look at the
which did
housing.
crash on departure.
Holy shit.
Wiped out.
As we further
The fire
survey
here.
this breaking news, India's civil
Yeah,
aviation
Mike, look at
minister
the house. These
posting
are
on X
apartment
as well
buildings.
that rescue teams have been mobilized. You are seeing that in real time as well. We're also learning that all efforts are being made to ensure medical aid and relief support at the site. The 787 Dreamliner is a wide-body twin plane. We're learning this is the first crash ever of a Boeing 787 aircraft, according to the Aviation Safety Network database. The aircraft was introduced back in 2009 with more than 1,000 delivered to dozens of airlines, according to the Flight Trader 24 website. We are continuing to monitor this live feed. If you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. Breaking
Wiped it
news
out.
this Thursday. We
Mike.
are learning the India passenger
That's a passenger.
with
That's people live there.
244 aboard has crashed in India's northwestern Ahmedabad city. Again, you are getting a live look there as chaos is unfolding, understandably so. In viewer discretion is advised. You can see the feed going in and out as rescue operations are underway. People flocking to the area to figure out what is going on. I do want to pot up the audio just to set the mood and scene as all of this is unfolding. Emergency vehicle in the distance. Just tragic news to learn this Thursday. Again, if you're just now tuning in, this Air India passenger plane with 244 aboard has crashed in India's northwestern city of Ahmedabad in India. We will continue.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
It had just taken off.
Yep.
Just couldn't get the lift and just down. Just instantly
Wow.
blew up. Yeah.
Loaded with fuel.
Massive fireball. And it
Oh,
problem that they're gonna have is it went into residential place like dwellings. It's just
yeah.
and
Well,
it's you can't argue with that.
yeah. The cities in India around the airport, they're congested. Like if Boston lost a plane in Logan, I mean, you have some
Exactly.
water, but you have East Boston as well too. I mean, shit, you could take out a lot of buildings in the city of Boston if something goes south.
How many triple deckers, Mike?
Oh fuck! In East Boston? Are you shitting me? Fuck!
Check this out. This can't be real. Maybe it is.
What, buddy?
Look at the section in the
it's in the building. 787 flying to London, 242 on, and 10 people. Oh my goodness gracious!
Let's see if they'll show it.
Oh my god! You can show images or no?
No, they had the video. The whole thing's on video.
Oh my god! No way! 4 hours ago. Holy shit!
No, that's not what I want.
Everybody that's traveling this weekend is like clicking off right now.
That was the other one that crashed. No, that's not showing it. I mean, it's where it crashed, right? It took off.
Yeah.
Crashed here.
I can see that. Yeah.
Straight.
That's the actual video. You can't play that video.
That's 3,000 feet. That's the marker. So it's 3, 6, 9, 12,000 feet.
Oh, it came in hot then. Holy shit.
And not just that, but when it took everything out.
Yeah, it's gonna burn for a while. That jet fuel is
Boeing stock.
Oh yeah, Boeing. I've tried to buy that
right there.
It's so
Don't.
It's so
Not yet.
No, it's hard. It is so much things that go along with aviation and contracts.
Where's
Like
the
it's
video
like
of it?
if they get a contract from India to make 100 planes and the stock goes up, but other than that, it's so hard to do.
Video.
Unless you can get it real cheap.
Big plane.
Oh yeah, dude. It's interesting. Two jet though. Usually so it's not an international flight. It's sort of local, because if it was over the water, it'd have 4 jets.
No, not anymore. After they made the 777, they made that specifically for new engines that they developed.
All right.
The engines
still
are
using
so efficient.
Oh my God,
Watch
look at the size of those things.
Watch when this boy pulls up and goes.
All right.
You ready?
Yep.
Going vertical.
Wow.
So that's the plane right there. It's like a friggin' fighter jet.
That thing's badass.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Dave.
Dave's birthday today?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Dave. Oh, here it is. Oh. Pause. All right, check this out, Mike. And if this isn't your thing, you probably shouldn't watch. This is the plane.
Oh shit.
No
Oh, it's heavy, huh?
lift. Lost it.
Oh, Jesus.
That's a big boom. Is he packed the houses on, Mike?
Right there it goes. Oh man.
Nothing you can do. Freaking wars now. So, yeah. Plane crash
Good
India.
morning. What the fuck? Good luck to everybody's flying this weekend. Oh my goodness.
The new stealth B-21 Raider.
My goodness.
Did you? Oh my God. I don't know if I showed you guys this. Maybe I did a while ago.
Yeah.
What is it?
Watch a plane crash in India. Did you see it?
No, but that sounds incredibly morbid. Can I have my Beast Boys?
Yeah, my wife. That sounds
Yeah.
incredibly morbid.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad news. It's horrible news for a lot of people, but it's unfortunately news.
It's horrible.
What are you on break? What are they on breakers?
Did you see this, Mike? I don't know if you guys saw this. This is never before seen footage of the new 2025 Buick GNX. They redid the GNX again. Looking more Camaro more and more every day, isn't it?
Oh, look at that.
That's the new GNX, my friend. 6.2 liter V8, 700
Holy.
horsepower. Yeah.
Wow.
Heated and cooled seats, premium auto, large
What
touchscreen.
the
Yeah.
GNX Buick, huh?
Redesigned it.
So in 24, it was a concept car. In 25, they said, fuck it, we're going to build it.
Let's do it. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a
Yeah, but-
Cadillac CTSV
Well,
Camaro had baby. or
yeah,
something.
it's got the Camaro. It's the Camaro engine. It's at 700 horsepower. The Camaro
Yep.
was pushing 720 at one time.
Well, there you go. That'll do it. It's GM.
Yeah.
So it's
6.2, yeah.
GM.
That's a vet engine, GM engine. Yep.
Brembo brakes.
Wow. How much? They have a price tag on it? I'd
It's
buy
probably
that
gonna be
car.
100, probably hundreds.
Yeah, maybe.
Have
that or a vet.
I wouldn't get a vet. Too many, just too many of them. They're nice, they're nice, but they're no.
And it puts you in the category of people like vet owners. I don't know.
All right.
I like them.
Oh.
I don't know.
Here's the thing with the vet, right?
Yeah.
You're either a purist or you're not. So you either buy the vet to drive the vet because that's what they're made. That's what they're made to do, is to drive. They're luxury cars. They're road touring cars. They're fast cars, right? They're not exotic. They're not the Lamborghinis or the Ferraris, stuff like that. But they're not bad. But for what they are, you can go if going fast is your thing, you can go fast with more horsepower and stop at a shorter distance for like half the price than a vet, than what they're selling them for.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd look around. I
What
wouldn't
would you buy then? If you had $100,000.
I like the GTRs. The GTRs are those are a GTR. You put the key in, you turn it, it starts every single day. Don't gotta worry about
GTR. What's a GTR? GTR what?
Nissan.
Okay.
Nissan GTR.
All right.
All-wheel drive.
No, you gotta buy American. I'll stop. You gotta $100,000. You gotta buy American. Oh my god! You spit out GTI like it was like nobody's business.
Because that for bang for the buck, and speed wise, handling wise, is
it's like a Fast and Furious car.
What's a Corvette? It's just
Corvette's like it's got a trend of over 55 years, whatever, 75 years. This.
If I had 100, I would probably buy an older car and keep it
like
the way it is, like
an
investment.
86. Yeah.
No, with 100, you could get 70 CUDA. You could get a 70, Chevy Roadrunner. Yeah.
Something
real nice. Yeah.
That's what I would buy.
Yeah. That way, it's gonna make you money.
Yeah, you won't lose money. You won't lose money.
Right. You buy $100,000 vet, you drive it off the lot. It's not $100,000 anymore.
That's 70.
Right.
Yeah. But it's funny, like the first year the new designs come out for everything, everybody spends all the money on them, and then you gotta sit on them. So it gets it back, because it's another fight before another redesign comes out. So you have to wait a while. But there are certain cars they only make a few of, and they have them numbered by the shifter and things like that. But
right,
they made a Camaro back in not too long with the 6.2 720 horsepower. Yeah, I had one for a while.
Aluminum block, aluminum heads.
It was a 6-speed. It was incredible.
Car would just go.
If you were around town, you couldn't get out of second gear. It was
No.
just one, like, I was at like 2,000 RPM, and
Yeah.
it was like so touchy. It was just like,
Eh,
it was
eh.
it was crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a nice car. I'd buy
They're,
that.
they're nice. They're nice.
Mm.
A Corvette Stingray, 67,000.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Electrics. Don't get electric.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Where is it? Where is it?
What are you looking for?
I'm trying to think of the guy's website. He's in New Jersey. He's got all sorts of exotic cars. He's
Just
on
type it in
YouTube.
there. 67,000 for a 22 fucking used Stingray 3LT package.
This guy.
No thanks. Nope.
Who's this? Who's this? Who's this?
Oh, he's got all the four. Okay.
He's got cars. This guy's got cars.
Luxury car dealership, New Jersey's Ledger. Wow. I like the Acura.
Actors are nice.
Not Acura. I mean, it's Audi. I'm sorry.
Audi's not American.
I know.
German.
I know.
Trying to find. He just goes over his inventory.
Would you buy a Porsche? Or would you buy American?
Never. No.
No Porsche? No.
No. Never. See, he's got all these GT3R.
A what?
GT3.
Got it.
That's
pull it up for me. Can I see? Can you pull up a GT3 for me?
Yeah.
Fine. All right.
Yeah. I want
to see what you're talking about.
I'm trying to. What's this guy's George? That's his name. Now,
because IBA, we know you have an Acura MDX.
Okay.
He talks about it. When I told him I was going to look for a car, buy an Acura. Buy an Acura. My neighbor has one. I don't like the look of it. I don't know. Just me. Some people do. I don't know. They do so well, but
where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
I really don't care what
J&S Auto House. Yeah. So,
I really don't care what I drive. It gets to a point where you just don't care. That's so many like
right. Yeah, it's just a car.
It's a car. Yeah,
it's just a car.
It's weird.
All right. You see this? This is the GT3.
I don't see it now. Here, you maybe pull it up. No, you still get that guy from New Jersey on.
All right, so it's not this.
No,
it's like stop that one and share this. This is the blue GT3.
Oh, that's it. That's the Porsche.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That one there. Yeah, absolutely.
No. Not worth the money.
Yeah,
not worth it.
Well, if you're spending that kind of money,
you're not driving it.
You don't give a fuck. $5,000 a month. Let's do it, man.
Yeah, no. There's an Aventador Lamborghini. That's a green one. GT3. There's a McLaren 720S.
Too much for me, man.
There's a Huracan.
I gotta get to the one. Was that Nissan? I want to see the Nissan you were talking about. I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah. We'll get there.
This is that guy's.
This is his website. Yeah, he'll have a couple of them. Yeah, he loves them. These are Rolls Royces. You don't need them.
Wow, he puts all the payments in there and everything. Wow.
Yeah. I love these G-Wagons.
I was trying to tell my wife about those, and she likes them, but they're just a lot of dough.
Yeah. Lots of Porsches. Lots of Porsches. I mean, you think like, how's this guy end up with so many, right?
They're everywhere. Wow, his floor plan
competition.
Must be,
yeah. Don't talk about his floor plan. No.
His floor plan must be through the fucking roof.
All big dollar money, Mike. Everything's big bucks. There you go. There's a TRX. That's what you want right there.
What's up with the Ram TRX? I do like that Denali
Hellcat
SRT, where it
engine.
is. That's
Hellcat
badass.
SRT
Oh my!
Hellcat engine inside the truck.
That's what's
Four
inside that
four wheel
thing.
4-wheel drive, buddy. 4-wheel drive Hellcat right here. My friend's got one.
Holy
4-wheel
fuck!
drive Hellcat. It's what this is. It's ridiculous. You should hear it go whines when it drives. It's the meanest truck I've ever witnessed in my life.
It's a fucking sleeper, huh?
Oh, dude, it's not right. It's a
Hundred
full
and
on race
five
truck.
thousand, $105,000
Yes.
American truck.
Yeah, start and stop every day. Turn the key.
Oh yeah, well, I would hope so.
It's a beautiful truck. Very
What
fast.
the fuck?
Yep.
Wow.
And people are buying.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll get you
yeah.
to the. What's that? That's a
Porsche
Porsche. Yeah,
Taycan. Yeah, no
they're all
thanks.
junk. There's a Trackhawk.
M4s.
See
Oh,
the
that's
Trackhawk?
the one I'm thinking about.
That's the one. Yeah,
Yeah.
this has got the same Hellcat engine in it. No, it's
That
in it.
thing.
It's either in a Jeep or it's in a 4-wheel drive truck. Same engine,
Oh,
same transmission, same rear end,
wow.
different body style.
Durango, right? It's a
Yeah,
Durango.
Jeep Grand Cherokee Trackhawk.
Oh
And
my
you can
god.
tell because all Trackhawks have yellow brakes, have yellow Brembos.
So even though it's a Jeep, it's in the Ram engine too.
Yeah, Dodge.
Oh,
Dodge makes
okay.
Jeep.
Okay.
But and the reason why people like them is because you can do for like $300, you can make another 50 power. These Rivians are all right.
Yeah.
Still, the electric, I would never. There's your Stingray.
How much is that? 76. Look at that. You can get that
76.
crap for $76,000.
Well, let's see what's got for
Maybe-
mileage.
Maybe I'll get it next time. I don't know if I can get in and out. Getting in and out of that thing must suck.
Yeah, it is. It's a challenge.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm getting to the. He has a lot of BMW.
Well, yeah.
Jeeps.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the
Can you type it in there? Do they have a search button?
yeah, price year model.
And
To Nissan.
oh my god, that guy's got fucking everything. Holy
Yeah.
shit. Keep going down. Yep.
And
He doesn't have any.
wow,
Muranos.
why doesn't he have any?
I don't know. Maybe they're at the bottom. Who knows? No. Oh. Wow.
Huh.
Maybe are they that rare?
Well, yeah. There's an Audi TT right there.
I fucking hate those cars.
That they're not economical. The maintenance is ridiculous on them. To do it,
I would drive a Benz wagon. I would like that.
yeah. There's a Mustang.
We couldn't go car shopping together, Tom. We'd be
No.
different directions.
Yeah.
We'd be fucking. I'm over here. You're over there. Okay.
It's a Challenger Scat Pack Hellcat jailbreak. It's its own model. Yeah.
Wow.
That's 65,000.
How much is that Rover right there on the left? You pass it. 65, 70,000. Okay.
Yeah, that's a Wagoneer.
That's a Wagoneer. Holy Jesus.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's a big one. Mercedes. Mazda's a Jaguar. Still no good.
Nah.
Good luck getting parts for that.
All right. So I don't know what's going on with Eden's
Yeah.
Court. We find out here. I'm sorry.
Find out.
I could car shop all day. I guess.
Forever. Pull up
Nothing's on.
court.
Nothing's on.
Still refresh this.
Oh yeah, you get court for Karen
Yep.
at 10. That's right. I'm sorry.
That's all right. No, we're good. Camry trial. Fan. Get fan going. Boom.
So okay, we get a fan again. That's good. At least we get
Yeah.
a sign.
We're back. So tomorrow we think they'll be giving everything to the jury, and they review all of the people that gave testimony, Mike.
Right.
How that's going to take a while. I think they won't come back until Monday.
They have to give what back to the jury? What?
I think Friday, the
Yeah.
jury will probably spend the whole day going over everybody's testimony. And then when they come back in Monday morning, I think they'll take the poll right then and there and figure out where they stand and go from there. Because they have to review everybody's testimony. And
They
Auntie
have
Bev,
to?
well,
They have to?
I would
Well,
think
they can.
to be fair, right? They have to be fair.
Well, did you watch a Jury 3 interview last night at all?
I didn't make it.
She kind of goes, if you watch it today later on, maybe she goes through it, and it's funny how she's thinking. Like, and I won't ruin it for you, but she's like, she got thrown off as an alternate, but it was funny how she thinks. Like, it was like, so Victoria George sat behind her, and those two got thrown off, but they like, what are we? This is a sham trial. What the fuck are we doing here? So,
Really?
oh yeah.
What's she think about the distractors?
Laughable.
That's what I
Ronnie's a joke.
Yep, that's what
Yeah.
we thought. Ronnie, you suck.
Yeah. What do you want to do about the stream? Do you want to try logging back on and logging on again, or what do you want to do?
I
We'll
figure when the stream
try
comes
one.
up, I'll full screen the court and see what happens there. Because
I
if
think
it's
the
just
court-
you and me that's flashing, then we'll be all
No,
right.
it's not. It's the screen too.
Is it
It just
really?
did- yeah, it's just did it too. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, buddy. The whole screen goes. Yep.
It's I
So no
don't
matter
get
what you have on, yeah. So the fan goes to the circle of death, and then I don't know. Whatever you want to do. If you want to back on, well, I can do that, or whatever you want to try to do.
I don't even know what to try and do at this point. I mean, I've rebooted my machine.
All right. Let me
I mean, we
let
can
me just.
kill the stream and
see.
try another one.
I'm just asking you. So YouTube's working with
What's this?
the fan.
Connection is
Online.
unstable.
How?
Connection's fairly good. Do you have a little icon on the top of your screen?
No.
Yeah.
Where, buddy? Where? So this my
Do you have a live? How it says how live? It says we're
Yep.
live.
Yep.
Do you have a little icon next to the live button or the live
Nope.
up top? Nothing.
No. I don't. But through my YouTube, through my phone, I have no
Yeah.
problem.
Wow.
I don't know what you want to do.
I don't
You want to sign off for the day? Just let people watch whatever they want to watch.
Do you want to do that?
I might as well, dude.
I can
You
do
know?
that.
Just say, hey, I'm sorry, and
Or just let the stream go up and see if the stream calms itself down,
yeah, I can just play it. I guess.
and
I
then
don't know.
come back later on. It gives me time to reboot and figure out what the hell's going on. All three are blinking, she says. So
Oh yeah.
it's
Yeah.
glitching on other streams too.
I'm watching them now. They're not. Who told you that?
I'm reading the chat.
It's glitching on other streams too. Hey, Red. Okay. Because I got hold on. I have Lauren Crime. It's running fine, but that's I don't know what you want to do. But I don't think I can watch it this way.
I can't. I mean, it's freaking my eyes. My eyes going back.
I'm starting to get a headache.
Um.
All right, so I'm gonna log off for the day,
Okay.
and then we'll get back at it tomorrow because we got a busy day tomorrow, right?
Yep.
What's your thoughts? Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, we can do that.
Tammy to recover.
Yesterday was a day from hell, my friend.
That sucked, dude.
But
Sucked.
listen, what I'll do is I'll just leave law and crime up. Let me stop this one, and let me do law and crime,
All right.
and then bounce off and let people just kind of watch
Do their
it.
thing.
Yeah.
All right, then. I will talk to you later then, okay?
Yes,
Let
sir.
let me know if you fix it. You want to go back on and talk, I will.
Okay.
I'm here
It
anyway.
may
So
clear up. I don't know. I mean, I'm confused as to why the hell we're having issues like this.
yeah.
I've never seen this icon in my life. Why do I have an icon for that? No, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, mine says, yeah, it just it's up, I don't know what it is, bro. I don't know what it is. Everyone who's streaming live is having the same problem, Gail. Okay, so it's not just you, Tony.
Yeah. Still
Everybody-
tripping my out.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. Hard to watch.
You know who you remind me of? Is that fucking Max Headstrom guy that I hated.
Who?
Max Headstrom. Remember that dude from fucking MTV
No.
days?
Check your cast connection, and you
Yeah.
can maybe you should reboot your Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. Do you want to do that and call me? You call me back, or you want to?
Yeah, but I mean, in the meantime, this can stay up. I'll lose my connection because
Yeah.
that's here. So yeah, I can do that.
All right, go ahead. I'll
So
stay here for a second.
but even she has it up, and she's doing the same thing on her end. So
But you haven't tried to reboot your. Well,
Yeah, but-
I don't know. Whatever you want to do. You call me. Let me know what you want to do.
I'll bounce.
All right, guys. I'll talk
All
to you
right,
guys
brother.
later.
Yeah.
Sorry, chat.
No,
All
we're
right.
good. We're good.
All right.
So, chat, what we're gonna do is just gonna let the fan go up and run that. And if I'm not connected, it may straighten out. We'll see what happens. But that gives me time to reset my router and take a couple aspirin for my headache that I all of a sudden have. Whoa, it just did it again. Yeah. Tripping me out. I'll be right back, guys.
You are unmuted.
Floor is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I call the case?
Please.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial. If the parties could please identify themselves for the record.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Adam Malik with Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi.
Your Honor, David Yannetti from Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti, and good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, so Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Alessi, you're standing in also for Mr. Jackson and Ms. Little?
We are.
Okay. All right, so first thing we left off yesterday was whether KKKK for identification, the PowerPoint of Dr. Rentschler would be entered into evidence. It will not be based on the objection, so it is excluded from evidence. So it's marked still for identification and your rights are saved on that. So we ready to go forward with the conference?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess I have a question first as to whether the court would like to entertain the argument on the motion for required finding not guilty of all the evidence.
So no, we can do that now. So now that my reading is on this, evidence is closed. Evidence is closed as it was yesterday. So go ahead on your required finding argument. Sure.
And this is not lengthy, Judge, 5 or 10 minutes.
Take your time.
Thank you. We are renewing our motion for required finding of not guilty at the close of all the evidence. And in so doing, Your Honor, we're incorporating our oral argument in support of this motion that we made at the close of the Commonwealth case. At that juncture, Your Honor, the Commonwealth had produced no witnesses to testify that John O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with his having been hit by a motor vehicle, not hit by a motor vehicle. None of these three indictments may stand. The Commonwealth, we believe, at that time fell woefully short of proving their case. Now that the defense has put on a case, the Commonwealth's case has been further weakened, such that none of these charges can stand. Nearly every witness, Your Honor, we have called, we would submit, has destroyed the Commonwealth's theory of the case. Dr. Russell testified for the defense. She's a leading expert on dog bite wound pattern recognition in the country, and she testified about medical injury causation and provided the jury with her expert opinion that John O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with dog-inflicted wounds, both bites and scratches. I would remind the court at this juncture that there was a dog at the very residence where John O'Keefe was found, a dog which was a longtime member of the family, which the family gave away after John O'Keefe's death, which mysteriously was absent from the home at 6:30 in the morning on January 29th, when Jennifer McCabe claimed that she burst into Brian Albert's bedroom where the dog always slept, a dog which was absent from the home when the Canton police entered the home later in the morning. Importantly, Dr. Russell agreed with the Commonwealth's medical examiner, Dr. Scorty Bello, that John O'Keefe suffered no injuries that were consistent with having been in a motor vehicle collision. And again, if there's no collision, there's no case. Dr. Lopesada, one of the most experienced and accomplished forensic pathologists you could find anywhere, agreed with Dr. Russell that John O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with an animal attack. And she agreed with both Dr. Russell and the Commonwealth's expert, Dr. Scorty Bello, that John O'Keefe was not hit by a motor vehicle. So the question is, in what type of murder case would a judge ever allow a motion for required finding not guilty? In a murder case where expert testimony on both sides is that the evidence is inconsistent completely with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, that's exactly what we have here. But it doesn't stop. Both witnesses from ARCA drove a stake through the heart of the Commonwealth's case. Dr. Wolf concluded that the damage to Ms. Reed's Lexus was inconsistent with having come from a collision with John O'Keefe. Unlike Culture, who created, we would submit, a meaningless experiment based on no scientific method, Dr. Welcher actually did the proper force analysis and concluded that Ms. Reed's Lexus was not damaged by the body or the arm of John O'Keefe. His testimony was unimpacted by cross-examination, and it's devastating to the Commonwealth's case. Dr. Rentschler further cemented that there was no collision between the Lexus and John O'Keefe. It is simply possible that this 6,000-pound SUV hit John O'Keefe at 24 miles an hour and caused only superficial wounds to his right arm with no injuries to his legs or lower body. The SUV did not hit him. John O'Keefe was not hit by the SUV. The case is over. But on top of all that scientific evidence, Your Honor, there were 3 additional fact witnesses who testified for the defense who corroborated that the Commonwealth's theory of the case is false. Nicholas Barros, a sworn police officer, testified that when he saw Ms. Reed's SUV that day, before it was towed to the Canton Police Sallyport, the taillight was merely cracked. When he was shown photos of what it looked like in the Sallyport after Michael Proctor had access to it, Sergeant Barros confirmed that it was absolutely different. Karina Kolakithis confirmed that there were no problems between Karen and John O'Keefe that night, even remarking on just how he kissed her on the forehead shortly before they left the waterfall. But perhaps more importantly, that kiss happened right in front of Brian Higgins, the same Brian Higgins who had been flirting with Karen Reed that month, the same Brian Higgins whom Karen ghosted for several days before January 28th, the same Brian Higgins who had texted Karen that very night, well, and received no response, the same Brian Higgins whom Karen had given her back to all night, Brian Higgins who had to be restrained at the end of the night by Chris Albert on video, the same Brian Albert who is on video, hot, angry.
Brian Higgins. You just said Albert. You mean Higgins, right?
I meant Higgins, yes. Yeah, the same Brian who is on video, hot, angry, and gesturing to John O'Keefe to meet him outside shortly before they left the waterfall and shortly before John O'Keefe was killed. And finally, Brian Loughran, plowing Fairview Road 2:45 in the morning, was attentive, watching everything in front of him, very familiar with the Alberts residence, and had every reason to protect the Albert family. You recall that he did protect the Albert family to a degree that night by choosing not to follow protocol and call the DPW or the police about the Ford Edge parked on the street outside their property during a snow emergency. Brian Loughran confirmed that John O'Keefe was not on the front lawn at the Albert residence at 2:05 a.m. That means that Karen did not hit him. There was no collision. All the experts agree on that, including the Commonwealth's expert, and the only eyewitness that morning confirms it. Taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth at this juncture, with their evidence weakened by an airtight defense to these charges, these indictments cannot stand, and we urge this court to enter required findings of not guilty on all 3 indictments.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The request that the defendant's motion for required finding not guilty at this juncture, as it was at the close of the Commonwealth's case, be denied. The state of the evidence is not dramatically changed since the Commonwealth rested case in chief. Counsel makes reference to dog or canine. I would remind the court that there is absolutely no evidence, none, not even a scintilla of evidence of a dog. There is no evidence of an absence of a dog. You have Cabe testifying that she didn't see it in the morning, which does not equate to there being an absence of a dog there. The arguments from counsel of the Commonwealth would suggest grossly exaggerates the strength of the witnesses in their case. The bias and advocacy exhibited by those witnesses from that witness stand do not amount to credible witness testimony that undermine the Commonwealth's case in any way, shape, or form. A couple of specific examples when it came to Officer Barros. His testimony was also that the cruiser camera footage from 8:22 in the morning at the driveway at One Meadows Ave, he indicated the damage to the taillight was consistent with the damage that occurred in the driveway at the defendant's parents' home, which was then consistent from the video or the photographs within the Sally Port. It's also consistent with 5:07 a.m. at 1 Meadows Ave on the still frame shots from that video. Essentially, the Commonwealth would submit that the defense witnesses all conflict with each other. You have a couple witnesses testifying about dog or animal bites. Then you have the ARCA witnesses testifying about superficial abrasions. You have La Posada talking about the drop in body temperature, which conflicts with Mr. Loughran's testimony as far as his confusion, as far as the hours of when he sees or claims to have driven by there and not seen a body. This is the same witness who I would submit very confused on times, and then also backed into a basketball hoop during the course of his plow duties on that particular early morning as well. And as the court could see from the cruiser camera video, drove by the scene countless times, essentially rubbernecking it as he's going past doing his duties. Your Honor, what the Commonwealth would submit is that his case was more than sufficiently strong at the close of the evidence in his case in chief. There's been presented in the defendant's case to diminish, particularly to the standards in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, and request that the defendant's motion be denied.
So, Mr. Yannetti, you know I have to view this in the light most favorable. And viewing it that way, the Commonwealth has met its burden, so the motion's denied. Okay. All right, so regarding the charge, start with the defendant's missing witness request. Who's arguing that motion?
We're not arguing that, Your Honor. And I apologize, but we made the decision last night to withdraw two requested instructions with shortened things today. I think it's,
Oh, okay, so everything on this is done, right? The defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and request for instruction, you're withdrawing that?
with regard to the witness instruction, we're withdrawing that request.
Okay. And what else from your proposed instructions? You said there were two. What's the second one?
The second one is that there's an entry on our request for lost or destroyed evidence. We're withdrawing that.
Okay, I had a question about that. All right, thank you.
There is a supplemental instruction that we're asking the court to give regarding the display of this sweatshirt.
Oh, that's right. You saw it in email. I don't have a hard copy of it.
That's Mr. Alessi's.
Your Honor, if it's helpful to Your Honor, I'll hand up my hard copy.
Okay, if you could do that, I'd like to go back through the rest of it and come back to that after I've read it, okay? Who's arguing for the rest of defendant's proposed instructions?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're gonna go through them one at a time. Who's arguing for the Commonwealth? Okay, so I think you're sort of in agreement on the basis of the law, right?
Yes.
All right, so model homicide instructions, just as last time. So that takes a lot of time out of today.
The only thing I would draw the court's attention, the Commonwealth does have a request for, and I understand the court's position might be on this, but as far as the instruction related to murder charge, the Commonwealth is only seeking instruction on murder problem.
All right, so we will deal with that. I'm going to go through the defendant's instructions or sort of the general instructions first, so it's probably easier to go through those, and then we'll have the argument on that. So presumption of innocence, I think my presumption of innocence is a little more robust than what you've requested. So I will probably, okay. And I will give some version. I know that there was a lot of attention paid and some appellate decisions on the each individual indictment. I'll give some further language on that. You've got an instruction proposed on page 4, reaching a verdict. Just, I will make it crystal clear, though. I think it was, and I was upheld on it. So I will make it crystal clear. Okay. So I'll give you that, Ms. Giannetti. This what is evidence. I probably won't give verbatim what you have. I'll look at it, but I will certainly cover all these topics. So, Ms. Giannetti, you're telling me that your client wants me to give a defendant did not testify instruction?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Again, if you want to take a look at what I gave Sure, I think it's a little more robust than this.
I think we answered satisfied with the court's instructions on that, so we would be satisfied again with the court's language.
Okay. Humane practice, I will give you Bowden. I'm going to take a look, size this up with what I gave last year. I gave Bowden last year. I gave a Bowden instruction. I don't think the Commonwealth objects, right?
We would object to the instruction.
Okay. Go ahead. Do you want to make an argument?
Just briefly, Your Honor, when it comes to the Bowden, and I would incorporate, and I know there's no request for instruction, third-party culprit, but the Commonwealth would be making similar requests that counsel be prohibited from making a third-party culprit or Bowden argument.
Or Bowden? Or Bowden?
I'm sorry?
You don't think the Commonwealth, the defense should be allowed to make a Bowden to argue Bowden?
So I would submit, Your Honor, that the entirety of any testimony or evidence related to either Bowden or third-party culprit in this trial has come from questions from the defense, not from actual witnesses, not from testimony from witnesses from the stand, exhibits that have been put into evidence, or anything of the like. So in the instruction and arguments are based or predicated in the case law on evidence. And obviously, as the court is well aware, there's a specific instruction that no matter how powerful they are, questions to counsel are not evidence. So what the Commonwealth will submit is if the court looks at what is actually in evidence in this case, there is no basis whatsoever for not only a Bowden or third-party culprit instruction, but specifically for even counsel to make that argument during the course of the closing. And I understand Bowden is a little bit more loose as far as the court's
So I'm going to ask Ms. Giannetti to explain to me. All right, so I disagree with you on Bowden, but I'll take a closer look at it. Ms. Giannetti, what is the Bowden evidence that warrants action?
I think it's multifaceted, Your Honor. The police did not secure the crime scene properly. They used inadequate material to pack the evidence. Chain of custody was contained and corrupted. There was evidence of the bias, the investigator failure to pursue the suspects, specifically telling his friends that the homeowner was sacrosanct because he's a lost too. There was just a focus on Ms. Reed to the exclusion of everybody else. It was not an open-ended investigation. From day one, it was focused on one person and one person only. And just responding briefly to Ali's comments about how he didn't introduce affirmative evidence of the proper way to do an investigation. We tried, Your Honor, we made a motion and renewed it, asking for reconsideration of the court's ruling that Mike Easter could not testify about an investigation. So to say that we didn't introduce that evidence when we tried to do it, we were
I think what Mr. Lally was saying, that you asked questions but weren't given answers. And so I think that's what was said. I'm going to, Mr. Yannetti, I'm going to allow you to argue Bowden, and I am going to give an instruction. So third-party culprit's an entirely different animal here. I know, but tell me, are you going to argue it? Is the defense going to argue that Brian Higgins did this?
No, we're going to argue that the police failed to investigate whether Brian did it.
Okay, so just so that it's clear, that you all know, I believe, third-party culprit separately is a lot different than third-party culprit as it goes to Bowden. I ruled pre-trial that there could be no attempt at introducing third-party culprit evidence regarding Colin Albert. So that was separate. But I did say that I would give you the opportunity to try and develop testimony regarding Brian Higgins and Brian Albert as third-party culprits. That threshold that you need to make to do that, to argue them as three-party culprits, has not been made by the defense. So you cannot argue either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert committed or had the motive and all of that not third-party culprit, pure third-party culprit. You understand that? It sounds like you're telling me you don't intend to do that.
We understand the distinction, Your Honor, and we're going with a vote in defense.
Okay, so you can get into third-party culprit with Brian Higgins, that the police were aware of whatever you're going to argue and to act on it. But it's strictly for that purpose, okay?
Yeah, I understand. That's crystal clear.
Okay.
And that's really what I would say for this clarification.
Yeah. So Mr. Iannetti, and of course I take him at his word, tells me that they're going to do pure third-party culprit. Okay, that's great. That makes that easier. So I will give, sure, go ahead.
Just while we're on page 8, I just wanted to, Commonwealth does have an objection to the DTU instruction that's at the top of page 8.
Yeah, I have a check mark next to that. Mr. Iannetti, tell me about this, the absence of a recording. Are you saying that the police should have recorded Ms. Reed at her parents' house?
So, obviously it's not the strongest DTU Batista argument that we would have to not occur at a police station, but, these days, Your Honor, it's common knowledge that everybody has access to a recorder, even on their own cell phone. It could have been done, it wasn't done. We have to rely on police memory of what my client said or didn't say when there was a possibility for a recording. So we still think we're entitled to be.
Do you think it was custodial interrogation? Or I guess I should say, do you think the evidence supports?
I think there's an argument that it was a custodial interrogation. We had police officers who, refused to sit down in the living room. They were surrounding her. Someone who was not familiar with dealing with the police at all. So yes, I think there's an argument that it could be considered custodial.
All right, what do you say about all this, Mr.
And
Allen?
I would also add, Your Honor,
Sure.
they did seize her vehicle at around the same time. So, that it goes to, I think, the issue of custody and my client being able to deny it.
All right. What do you say?
That's the very nature of the objection, Your Honor, is the non-custodial nature of this. So the troopers spoke to Ms. Reed at her parents' house, as they did with a number of different witnesses on that as well. Over the course of that, they spoke to her while she was seated on the couch in her parents' living room. The parents were present. No one was restricted from being, and it did not end in any sort of conversation or interview in her parents' living room into a custodial interrogation. The bigger issue that I have placement, as far as there's already been within the same requested jury instructions or requested humane practice, and then following the DAG and Batista language in the defendant's requested jury instructions, there goes on to all of this other requests regarding your compromised mental state and all of these other things that, while if it were to be given by the court, should be given in the same context of humane practice. I don't think it's something that should be highlighted in two different sections. I would submit that there is no evidence of her having a compromised mental state or anything to that effect. She exercised her judgment as far as when she was speaking with Sergeant Lieutenant and have his testimony from the stand, that initially she said she wanted to be fine with answering questions, but they want to get into many details. And then when the questions became centered on, or more centered on details, at that point, and I know that's not in the jury, but of course, well aware, she then ended the questioning at that point. So I don't think there's any evidence of her having a compromised mental state during the course of this interview. And I don't think that arises to the level of the instruction. So I would ask basically that everything on page 8 prior to the global instruction be excised.
All right. I'll take another look at this and I'll just let you know in the morning.
And Your Honor, with regard to the compromised mental state, we agree that that would not apply to the interview at your residence. But we believe that it applies within the humane practice context.
That is where it makes sense. So, all right.
If it's going to happen, it should happen once, not.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Okay. Okay. All right. Prior statements, I will give some instruction on prior inconsistent, and I'll give a prior consistent statement. I will talk about the view. The absent witness instruction is withdrawn. So is the,
Not to interrupt.
That's okay. That's okay.
With regard to the view, Your Honor, we did include a language reinforcing the fact that the rock that they saw on the view was not present on January 29th. We asked for it to repeat that one sentence.
Okay, so I did not see this when I took a quick look at the view. All right, I'm not going to repeat it. All right, lost or destroyed evidence you're withdrawing. Direct and indirect evidence. I'm going to try and give a shorter instruction on that. So I will, even the one I gave is too long. I'm trying to cut down the time the jury needs to hear general instructions that I think they're perfectly capable of hearing in a shorter period of time. All right, thank you. Credibility, the same. Law enforcement witness, I think I gave some instruction on that. I'll include that somewhere in it.
I might just reference that.
Sure.
Language in there that I would object to.
Okay.
That's what a police officer or someone else works for a law enforcement agency.
What do you mean by that?
I think that was taken into account for the dispatcher, perhaps. We're not.
Yeah, I'll do police officer because they're police testimony. I'm not going to go beyond that.
I think that might be.
Okay, thank you. I'll do the photographs, the opinion testimony, notes. I'm not saying I'm giving exactly this, but I will give, I'll cover all those topics. What page you on? Okay.
One suggestion there was indicates home office introduced photographs and evidence. I would submit.
Yeah, I'm just going to say there are photographs that are in evidence. Was that the nature of your objection?
I actually think that defense has introduced more graphic.
Yeah, so I would just say you've seen photographs. Or there were photographs and evidence. I instructed twice anyway, maybe 3 times on it. So I'll give some version of that. Juror notes, I'll give some version. The implicit bias instruction, I'm going to give exactly what the SJC told me I should give. All right, so the Commonwealth's requests are sort of in the, you start with the law and then you get into the general instructions, Mr. Lally. So let's skip to your, it's not numbered, your supplemental instructions, use of a dangerous weapon. All right, so I'm going to give that, Ms. Gianetti. I gave a dangerous weapon instruction last year on the motor vehicle.
Understood.
All right, so I'll give probably what I gave last year, and this looks like it's it. What is not evidence, evaluating, I'm going to give what is not evidence. Evaluating the evidence, there's some instruction. Ms. Gianetti, what do you think about the short instruction on jurors? It sort of makes sense to me after such a long trial. No juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in controversy or to deliberate upon a verdict than any other juror, or solely because of that, solely because of that juror's occupation, education, experience, or any other characteristic. Okay. Thank you. Charts and summaries, I'll talk a little bit about chalks. And inferences, I will give some. I'll give the redacted exhibits instruction. Witness preparation for trial. Do you both want this? There was testimony on both sides. It's simply, there was testimony at trial that the attorneys, and I may say if you find or something, preface it. Witnesses when, the attorneys interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the attorneys are obligated to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. I don't know if there's a sequestration order, if this is appropriate though, where it says during trial, during the course of the trial. I'll just say when preparing for trial.
Yeah, we're joining in the request. I don't know that we included that in our instructions, but we're joining in the Commonwealth's request for that instruction.
All right. Okay. Expert witnesses, electronic communication. So I'm going to go through the limiting instructions I gave. I need to just do this again here. So electronic communications, I have that on my list. The emotional impact photos, humane practice. We'll get back to consciousness of guilt in a minute. I'm also going to give the prior bad acts instruction. I did that in regard to the Aruba incident, if you want to call it that. I gave a prior bad acts instruction before that testimony came in. I also gave the instruction that I will also give on the state of mind of John O'Keefe as to his state of mind being known by the defendant and the likelihood that she would act on it. So Commonwealth versus Binns in those cases.
Your Honor, with regard to Aruba, we don't believe that there was really any testimony that came in.
I thought it came in through Kaylee. I should say it did come in through Kaylee. That's when I gave the prior bad acts instruction. She testified. Okay. All right. So did I give it any other time that there's another event that I should highlight? I don't think so.
I don't think there was an instruction at that point.
All right. I think I have to add that here. So, all right. And I will look at it and decide whether I need to add it specifically. It might be covered enough. Might be covered enough when I give the electronic communications instruction. So I will think about that. All right. Those were the limiting instructions I wanted to get to. So
We would object to the prior bad acts being linked to the Higgins text message.
all right, I'm going to take a look at that, Mr. Lessie. All right. Consciousness of guilt. Okay. All right. All right. So tell me where the difference is in what I gave last year from the model homicide instruction on second-degree murder and where you're saying I should not this year, Mr. Lally.
No, so the only,
1 second, let me just pull that up. Okay.
Your Honor, Collins requested merely not for any change or alteration in the instructions that were given, other than there are three-pronged malice, and essentially the Commonwealth is requesting is that the jury be instructed.
Speak up.
Merely on third-pronged malice, as that's the only one that really applies to these factors.
Okay.
The Commonwealth here, the first two prongs are essentially extraneous in this situation, and you don't see expectation of the jury. Avoid confusion.
Do you have supportive case law for me to single this out? What do you say, Ms. Giannetti?
I mean, Mr. Brennan essentially stated that in his opening statement.
Stated what?
Well, in his opening statement, he stated that he's not alleging that she intended to do any grievance farther down, not intended to kill him. And it was just the third prong. He stated that in his opening. I imagine that's what he'll likely argue in his closing. You know, I don't have a position on this. I just don't know, and I think the court's going through this analysis in your head as well, whether it's permissible or not. I just raised that as an issue, but I don't have strong feelings about it.
I could say the parties agree that the first prong and the second prong are not applicable here.
I think we're just at a position where we'll refer to the court.
Well, I'm not going to say you agree if there's no agreement. If you can get me a case by this afternoon,
I will endeavor to do so, Your Honor. We will. I don't have anything.
I'm inclined to go with the model. I'll see if there's something I can find. You're probably better at finding it than I am, Mr. Lally, but I'll see if there's something I can find to support the position that it's just the third prong, and therefore I only have to give that instruction. I don't think I'll find anything, but let me see. Because I can understand why both of you don't want it. Just let the jury focus on what they need to focus on.
That's really the only reason for this. I understand, and I don't.
You know, I suppose I could always tell the jurors that the Supreme Judicial Court has come out with jury instructions that I must give in their entire format. And that sort of explains why I say something that doesn't apply, maybe.
We wouldn't have an objection to that.
Maybe I'll do that, but let me see if I can find something. If I can find something that says I don't have to give those first two prongs, I'll let you know before you begin. All right.
And Your Honor, before the court makes a decision on that, we see what the court is proposing if you are going to alter the panel.
If I alter it, it means I remove those two. That's all.
Right, no, we just wanted to.
Yeah, sure. My guess is that won't happen, but we can see. All right. So lesser included offenses. Did you want an OUI instruction? You were.
We're asking for that.
Okay. All right. Right, I think that's it, aside from Mr. Alessi's motion regarding the exhibit. Right, is there anything else that we're missing?
Just a couple of other issues. One is with regard to the Proctor text messages, we have a redacted version now, which we'd like to submit to the court of the Commonwealth. We recall that we had agreed essentially on a redaction subject to the court's ruling.
Okay.
But it wasn't in final form. We believe it's in final form now.
And you all agree that it's in final form?
Oh, they haven't seen it.
Oh,
I'm going to
okay.
give it to them now. Can I hand this to the court?
Sure, thank you. All right, so
The only other issue, Your Honor, is we do have a.
hold on one second on this issue still. So I will give the Commonwealth this afternoon to take a look at this. And tomorrow morning, if you don't have agreement, then we'll have to deal with it. And I'd prefer not to have to deal with it, so.
I'm sure we can be in touch this afternoon. I do not believe there's going to be any problem.
Okay.
Just a couple other things before we get to Mr. Alessi.
Yeah.
One is that we do have the Dr. Wolf PowerPoint to be introduced to the evidence from.
Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler?
Dr. Wolf.
All right. And this was allowed into evidence unobjected to. I thought we already had it. We didn't.
We have to redact it, so we
Okay.
redacted. It's on a drive.
Okay. And the Commonwealth has seen it? All right. So they'll have to see it. So Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, Ms. McLaughlin, one of you has to take a look at it.
And then will the court allow more than an hour?
I'll allow more than an hour. I'll allow an hour and 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All right.
And I think I did mention that we had a proposed verdict slip for count two, Your Honor, if I didn't.
You did not.
Okay, we do have one, we've got a copy to the Commonwealth. Can I hand
Okay.
the proposed copy to the court?
Sure. Is it the same as last year's, but now with a?
It's different.
Okay. All right.
Don't you have a chance to digest that?
Oh, I digested it, Mr. Alessi. Go ahead, I'll hear you.
I'm actually
Yannetti, jeez, I'm sorry.
So, Your Honor, you'll recall, we had some spirited argument both before and after trial regarding this particular issue. And our concern, Your Honor, was that it's obviously a confusing indictment because of the number of lesser includeds and the number of elements that are different for each lesser included. And we were uncomfortable with, there being one option for not guilty at the top of the form, and then multiple options for multiple different types of guilty verdicts throughout the remainder of the form. So what we have done is to fashion this in a way where the jury, pursuant to the court's instructions, would first decide the offense as charged, and if it's a guilty verdict,
Madam Clerk?
The analysis is over. If it's a not guilty verdict, they go on to the next lesser included offense, and again, same analysis applies. If it's not guilty, they then go to the next until they finally reach the final verdict, which the lessest, or the least, I should say, of the lesser included offenses is simple operating under the influence, where they have an option for not guilty or guilty. We've also changed a little bit of the wording, you'll see, which I think makes it clearer and less confusing. When the jury is given options for theories of guilt on at least like three of the charges, including the main charge, because there's this issue of either under the influence or 0.08 or greater. The way it originally read, Your Honor, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol was repeated twice. It was repeated once where there's an option for guilty, and then it was repeated again with both of the other options. We think that this is simpler, it's cleaner, it's clearer, and we believe that this verdict slip is the most appropriate one.
Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, as the court is probably well aware, the Commonwealth is not requesting any lesser included, and I certainly understand that if the evidence supports it, the defense requests it, that the court must give it. Having said that, the verdict slip that was used in this matter last year, the Commonwealth submitted is more than sufficient and adapted to the defendant's request. The only other thing I would bring to the court's attention, I don't know if you're aware, there was a case recently, while this case was going on, tried before Judge Lau, in which he had similar issues. I believe used at least part of the verdict slip from the first trial, in this case, as sort of a template for the lesser included that he instructed and the verdict slip that they utilized in that case. I don't have a copy of it on me, but I can certainly get the court a copy of it. But that may somewhat helpful with the court.
Okay, was that on a murder case?
It was not, but it had to do with felony motor vehicle homicide.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Mr. Turk.
Mr. Turk. Mr. Yannetti, I don't believe I'm going to give this, but I'll take a closer look at it.
Well, we appreciate that. Judge Lau is an excellent judge. We think that this verdict slip is, it provides the most clarity for the jury. That's why we're.
Okay, and that's where I think we disagree. So I will take a closer look at that. And so has it been filed officially and docketed?
I just handed it, I believe.
All right, so Madam Clerk, you have a copy up there?
The proposed, I think this is the only copy.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay,
Do you need an extra copy?
sure.
This is the
Yes. Or you know what, just mark it for identification, Margaret. We'll do that. Chrissy, please. Just for ID.
It's LLLL for ID.
Thank you. Mr. Lally.
Just one request, circling back to the consciousness field instruction. So Commonwealth is withdrawing its request for the instruction.
Okay.
However, would be seeking to make some argument or reference in the arguments of the jury related to specific areas which we would need conditional approval before we did this. So the two areas that are sort of listed within that we would like to make some arguments to the jury regarding is the defendant's taking of the Lexus from one metal that came to her parents' residence indictment, and then certain statements made in reference from the various clips that were played of her statements.
Okay.
In particular, would be the one where essentially she says it's a that came to her.
Okay.
The exact.
All right. Mr. Yannetti, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, really, objective to that. I don't see it's her or me being evidence of consciousness of guilt. And the notion that she's driving from one residence that the police know of to another residence that the police know of, which is her parents' house. The car is open and obvious in the driveway. In fact, when the police call, she says, yes, come on over. I don't see that as being any evidence of consciousness of guilt.
Okay, so I'm going to allow them because they're permissible inferences from what's in evidence, but I'm not going to give, even before it was withdrawn, I wasn't going to give a consciousness of guilt on those.
And just to be further clear, there may be other statements.
Yes, so I did want to ask you though, Mr. Yannetti, I think it's an argument that can certainly be made by the Commonwealth regarding the video clips that your client gave during various interviews. I think consciousness of guilt is a permissible inference from some of those. Are you sure you don't want me to give the consciousness of guilt because it's got helpful language for a defendant in it as well?
No, we
Okay.
do not like it.
Okay, I just wanted to give you the opportunity. Okay. All right, anything else? Anything else, Mr. Yannetti? We're going to hear from Mr. Alessi, but
The Commonwealth does not object to the redaction.
that's great. Thank you. One less thing you all have to do today, okay?
This is Mr. Alessi.
I know. All right, so let's make that, are we switching that new redacted version with an exhibit number? Do we know what it was before? Excuse me. The redactions on the Higgins messages, that's what you're saying you're fine with, right?
Proctor Communications.
Proctor Communications, okay.
Right, this is the testimony that came in.
Of Proctor, yes. All right, so we'll find the exhibit number and we'll just, 209, is everybody in agreement that it's exhibit 209?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Does the court have a copy or do they need the Commonwealth?
No, I wrote on it. I need the Commonwealths.
So this is a clean copy.
So that will now be 209 in evidence. You know what? Can we make that 209A? We need, Mr. Yannetti, we need to keep record of the first one that was not redacted. So any objection to making this 209A?
No objection to that. And so original 209 will not be sent in. Is that?
It becomes.
What do you think? Yeah. Yeah, so we'll switch it back to ID and this will just be 209. All right, did we have an ID number on it originally? Can it still be that?
Is it redacted, the NNN? Or is it, no, it can say that.
Okay.
Right? 'Cause this is the-
Oh, it's just NNN. It's not,
Well, where did it?
no, it became 209.
So that has to be-
Our thinking is it needs to be sent back to letters for ID. I think.
Yeah.
So it'll be marked MM for ID.
That's great.
And then the redacted version will now just.
209.
Yes.
Yep.
And we'll hear from you this afternoon. Just somebody send us an email to the clerk's office. So someone send an email to the clerk's office today letting us know if the Wolf PowerPoint is ready to be put into evidence after the Commonwealth looks at it. Okay, so we'll take care of that. All right, Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I might suggest respectfully a procedure to the court, I have spoken with the Commonwealth about what the topic is. It's obviously not new to anyone, but perhaps to expedite this matter, if I might suggest to Your Honor to avoid a more lengthier argument, it might even truncate it down to 30 seconds. If we could hear from the Commonwealth on what we have requested, and the topic specifically is entitled Defendant's Motion for Curative Instruction regarding Exhibit 88 and Introduction into Evidence of Exhibits. The exhibits is taken care of, that's no longer an issue. But I did speak with Mr. Lally, and if I could suggest that Mr. Lally could state his position as I understand it, and then I can go from there, and it may not be necessary for me to continue on.
All right. What's the Commonwealth's position?
But Your Honor, Commonwealth's position is ultimately for the court as far as whether or not it's appropriate instruction to give in the final charge. What Commonwealth will submit is that the contemporaneous instruction was more than sufficient to address the issue, and that it doesn't require any sort of differing language or further instruction given to the jury during the court's final charge.
Okay. All right, I'll hear you, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Alessio.
Honor. May I go to the podium?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have given, and Your Honor has provided me previously with a generous opportunity to be heard on this, but I do need to cover some points with regard to the matter. I was hoping to avoid doing this, but given what we just heard, it needs to be done respectfully. As Your Honor knows, we have submitted this motion, and as part of the motion, it really consists of two parts. The first part is the text and the basis for what we're requesting. I'll come to that in a moment, and then attached to it are this Exhibit A and Exhibit B, and those exhibits are our best effort at transcribing, because there's not an official transcript at this point of exactly what happened. Why do we put in the exhibits? We put in the exhibits because we believe it really sets forth and illuminates quite vividly what occurred. It occurred rather rapidly, but I think this allows for a much more these exhibits allow for a much more reflective analysis. So just briefly, what, as we know, happened is Attorney Brennan took Exhibit 88 encased in whatever the plexiglass material, had it set up, and we understand this now in retrospect, behind the witness stand. And then at a certain time in the cross-examination of our witness, Dr. Wolf, confronted Dr. Wolf with it as part of an accident reconstructionist cross-examination, and challenging Dr. Wolf on several aspects. And this one was particularly apt that the subject matter, not the manner of the examination, was, Dr. Wolf, you're saying this, these are your theories. However, did you consider and take into account the holes in the back of the hoodie? And that led to a series of questions and a series of answers. And I want to go right to the end, because I think going right to the end better elucidates what actually occurred and the depth of the issue and the problem here in this misconduct, which we believe was intentional. Specifically, the end is, we know, and I believe it is completely undisputed, that the holes in each and every hole in the back of the hoodie was caused by the criminalist, a witness in this case, Ms. Hartnett, who made those cuts as part of her analysis. And that was in May of 2023. long after the alleged incident of January 29, 2022. So that's sort of the end undisputed. Now let's go back to what happened in the examination, the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf. So he's confronted, and I think, we put in Exhibit A and B of it, but what is particularly striking is on page 7 of Exhibit A, and it's the colloquy that starts in the middle, which we've yellow highlighting, Attorney Brennan saying, when you were making that opinion about consistent or inconsistent, did you ever consider whether there were holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt other than the right arm? Dr. Wolf started to answer, well, I know that there was cutting to, and I emphasize cutting, and then he was cut off by Attorney Brennan, and Attorney Brennan said, may I approach and receive the exhibit, Your Honor? And we note that in the context of many other statements in this regard as to what happened. So now this comes to the requested relief, and I'm going to move to the part of the argument, Your Honor, that we believe respectfully compels what we're requesting. So now I want to just state what we request. We believe it's what we've requested is quite modest given what happened. And our proposed curative instruction is on page 2 of our motion. It states, during the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about holes in the back of the sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, falsely insinuating that those holes were sustained on January 29, 2022 from a fall backwards. I instruct you that those holes were not present on January 29, 2022. Those holes were made by Maureen Hartnett, a criminalist at the Massachusetts State Police, I've got the acronym MSP, Crime Lab, in the course of her inspection and sampling of the clothing on May 18, 2023. Dr. Wolf correctly testified that those holes did not come from any alleged event on or about January 29, 2022. Please juxtapose that with regard to the instruction Your Honor had given, which was a sentence, so jurors, I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Hartnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt.
Didn't I include the date you requested, the May 18th date? I thought I did.
You know, Your Honor, I think the answer is no, but because I'm doing it from memory and I don't.
This is not an official transcript, right?
Exactly, Your Honor. So I can't say it with certainty. I don't believe it was.
Okay, because that date you told me was important to you, right?
Among other factors, the date was important.
It's May 18th, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead.
And so, Your Honor, I believe what is fair in the analysis and as objective as I can be here is, I think the curative instruction has to tether to and relate to in its details the degree of what happened. This was on a very significant topic, accident reconstruction, a significant piece of evidence, the hoodie. There's been much discussion among many expert witnesses about this hoodie, what it stands for. There's been videos on it. You know, our position, the hoodie in a proper accident reconstruction would be completely unaffected by any alleged motor vehicle incident. And then to show the witness on this for the defense, it clearly left the impression to any objective observer that Dr. Wolf had somehow been incompetent, which is 180 degrees of the reality, but also that he just wasn't otherwise diligent, and the jury therefore should not weigh and value his opinion.
this is very, very significant. And I underscore, Your Honor, we didn't cause this problem. We didn't cause any of this issue. So to me, I do not understand why the Commonwealth would not support this. What we have written down here supports the truth. We all, I believe, should have the common goal of the jury receiving the truth. I looked at the jury. I'm no soothsayer or mind reader, but I looked at the jury and they looked confused when I looked over at them. But I think even aside from looking at a jury, what Your Honor did in good faith, I don't believe is clear enough on this key issue. And I'm not understanding why there would be any real contest over making it clear to the jury on this very important point. The defense, to my point of being measured at the time and being measured now, we could be requesting a lot more statements about what occurred. And I've been in situations in other trials where things have happened and there's been many more significant things stated. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the defense not having contributed at all to this issue, the significance of the issue, the significance of the error, it's undisputed about the error, to me, respectfully, all augurs for more clarity here. And the final point, there's two issues here. There's the fact of when these holes occurred, these cuts, and how they occurred. That's one bucket. But the second bucket, which is not in the current instruction, is our expert witness, Dr. Wolf, and the impression left upon him. And that is why we have the language in there. Again, we believe quite measured, just the sentence at the end to take care of the harm to our witness with regard to what occurred. So therefore, Your Honor, we respectfully request that this be given so that the jury has a clear and complete and truthful understanding of not only what happened, but also to make sure that it is what's created for the jury is accuracy, hence truth can be concluded. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I do just want to point out one thing. It was not objected to at the time it came in. That's my only comment. I will consider this. I'm going to hear from Mr. Lally. I will consider this.
What is it that was not objected?
The testimony was not objected to. I didn't hear this until I think after another witness.
Your Honor, if I could, Judge, thank you for raising that. 10 seconds for that. I will, and I made this point the very time that I made the argument last time. We were not shown that Exhibit 88 in the encasement. It was behind the witness. We didn't even know that it was behind the witness. So what happened was Attorney Brennan went up, retrieved it, and immediately went to the witness with it, showed it. We couldn't even see what was happening. There was no physical nor other ability for us to object at the time. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to respond to that.
All right, Mr. Lally. Keep your voice up, please.
Yes, very briefly. I'm not going to get into a belabor of the point as far as the back and forth about conduct of the counsel. During the heat of trial, during the heat of the extended exchange with the witness on the stand, things can happen. Mistakes can be made. It was recognized, acknowledged, and accepted as a mistake. There were numerous offers by the Commonwealth to offer a stipulation as to the truth as far as the evidence is concerned that were rejected by the defense. They wanted the curative instruction. They got it contemporaneous with when the evidence came in. There have been many instances of similar type conduct that didn't result in a curative instruction, and to accentuate it further in the final charge to the jury is simply improper. It was a situation that arose as far as whatever misstatement was made at the time, as far as whether it's from the testimony from the witness or the question from counsel, was immediately remedied, was taken care of. I don't think that there's any confusion by the jury. And furthermore, as I indicated, the Commonwealth offered a stipulation at the time that this occurred, which was essentially rejected by the defense. They got the curative instruction at the time. That is all that is required. It is more than sufficient, and it doesn't need to be accentuated or addressed further in the final charge.
Okay. So I'll consider it, Mr. Alessi. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else? Two things I'd like to talk about for scheduling. The jurors get here early. I'm going to ask if the court officers to call the jurors and ask them two things. To ask them if they can get here a little bit earlier so that we can all be in the courtroom at 8:45, ready to start. So things take a little while generally. That will assure us the closing arguments will start right at 9, maybe a few minutes earlier. The goal would be to hear arguments from both counsel and then take an early lunch break. I would ask that counsel plan on just a half an hour lunch break. I'd like, the point being, I want the jurors to start deliberating. I don't want to end the charge and send them home for the weekend. That's not fair after they've waited so long. So a short lunch, you're free to stay in the building and court officers will help you with accommodations for that. But a short lunch, and then I'll come out and do the charge. And then at least hopefully there'll be some time for them to deliberate. I'm going to ask the court officers to call the jurors to see if they can stay as late as 5 o'clock or 5:30 tomorrow night. I just don't think it's fair after they've sat through so much of this trial with the various delays that we've had to not let them start deliberating.
We have no objection to that. One request we have, Judge, is during the last trial, during the deliberations, the court had asked us to be within 5 minutes of the courthouse. My office is about 10 minutes away.
I'm sure we can make accommodations for that. But at some point, we may have to talk about security issues. So a lot may depend on that.
Understood.
All right. Does the Commonwealth have any objection to that schedule?
No, Your Honor, none at all.
All right. So we'll see counsel in here no later than 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Sure.
We'll counsel here at 8:30. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
I get it.
Is there already one of these? Like, are we swapping?
Yes.
Goodbye. Yep, same thing. Same thing. Grant is still a dink. What's up, Altman? Altman raid. I'm such a dickhead. Let's see what they say about homeboy here.
Force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
Yeah, stripe.
So I strike the end now.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No.
Would they be more properly described in another way?
It would be, yes.
What's that other way?
So they've been diagnosed as superficial abrasions. And an abrasion occurs when there's rubbing or scraping of the skin, and it just rubs away the top layer, the epidermis of the skin. Now, a laceration is a jagged ripping or tearing of the skin, which gets down through the epidermis into the dermis. So abrasions take much less force. They're less severe than what a laceration actually is.
In a biomechanical analysis, if it's done properly, is it important to get the proper injury to the body as a foundation to the entire analysis?
That's core to the analysis, because you're trying to determine how an injury occurred. You have to know what that injury is. You have to have the correct injury to be able to evaluate it.
Let's go to the next slide. This is a placeholder. I want to ask you a little bit while this is up. We can turn the lights up. First step of the analysis.
Superficial abrasions.
What is the first step of the analysis after you determine the injuries, the type of injury?
So in this step, after you determine the injury, what we want to do is we want to look at the physical evidence. So we have the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and we have the sweatshirt that he was wearing at the time. So the first step in any investigation is to determine, does the evidence from the arm match up to the evidence on the sweatshirt?
Did you undertake that analysis?
I did, yes.
Is that indicated in a slide a little bit later on in your PowerPoint?
It is, yes, sir.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Thank you, Jed Dogos. Oh my goodness.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this explains the injuries. And this is from on the left side, that is the diagnoses from the autopsy. The right side is from the hospital. And you can see it says blunt impact injuries of head and extremities, abrasions and lacerations. The laceration is on the back of the skull, on the back of the head where the occipital skull fracture is. When you look at the extremities, everywhere where it talks about the extremities, it's superficial abrasions. So the first step in a biomechanical analysis, you review the medical records, determine exactly what the injuries are. And you can see there's a picture of the actual abrasions. Those are the documented injuries or abrasions.
I mean, look at that shit, dude. That is clearly a fucking dog attack, man. That's a dog fucking bite right there on his elbow. That is consistent with someone who's being attacked by a dog and defending themselves like this, trying to cover their face because that dog is, you know, angry, barking and attacking. Yeah, all right. So we're signed on, folks. All right. So now we just got to wait for them to start the session. But we're in, folks. We're in. Thank you, Altman. Oh. Man, I've shown those photos so many times. Thank you, guys. No, I appreciate you guys being here. And for those of you who left because somebody else was streaming this shit, fuck you too. Yeah, we just got to wait for them to start here. I tried, I don't know what it was. I tried to like what do you call it? I tried to update it. It wouldn't let me use the Zoom app on my MacBook. And like I was trying to like update it and it was like it wouldn't let me install an updated version. It was really weird. And I'm wondering if that's why I can't get video. So, you know, so if anybody leaves because somebody else has video, fuck you too. Cash. Oh my God, it's got to do a song because she likes the song.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Claire, we have had our differences, but generally like you. Appreciate your dedication. Buy a ham sandwich. Thank you so much, Cash. I don't remember having any differences, though. But I have a lot of differences with a lot of people sometimes. But thank you. I appreciate it. I'm too old. I'm too tired. I'm too fucking blind. I was the man I was 20 years ago, I'd take a flamethrower to this place. That's my shit, bro. No, Clubber, man, it sucks, dude, because Clubber stays upstairs, man, because like to get him down here, I gotta bring him either I gotta just let him come down here, but if there's a squirrel, he'll fucking take off, right? On our way down here. So if there's a squirrel, he'll fucking take off, right? And I can't chase after him because I'm a fucking gimp right now. And I can't have him on a leash because if he tries to go after a squirrel while he's on a leash, he's gonna fucking yank me, and then I'm gonna fucking eat pavement. And then risk further injury to my knee. So, you know, I have to leave him upstairs while I stream, and I hate it. But the rest of the time, it's like all cuddles. It's just all cuddles. Yeah. I posted a short video on here and on TikTok. And he was hanging out with me. Yeah, this is wild that this is happening like on a third day. Like, this is so stupid. I mean, you gotta look at this from like the nucleus. The nucleus of this thing is that Karen Reed's innocent, and Turtle Boy let the public know why it makes sense to realize that she's innocent. Like, that's it. Like, that's why we're here. Think about that shit. That the Commonwealth weaponized a psycho. You know what I mean?
Matter of the Commonwealth versus Aiden Kearney.
Here we go.
Go away, please. Thank you. Go away, please.
Pops, right, Charlie? Oh, you pops, you're gonna be famous. Here it is. Stop. This is good.
Witness, can you take the witness?
You guys can hear it, right? I mean, the sound is bad, but it's coming through.
And you swear, Madam After hearing, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you very much. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You're Colin McCabe.
That is correct, yes.
And you are related to some of the witnesses in the Karen Reed matter?
Yes,
Right to it.
Who are those folks?
My brother Matthew McCabe and my sister-in-law Jen.
So back on 2/26/24, you were here as part of a group of people going to court in the Karen Reed case, right?
That is correct.
And it was a 2:00 hearing.
I don't know what got.
So you were there in the afternoon, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
All right. And so you know that the court goes till 1, there's a lunch break from 1 to 2, and then they start up again at 2, right?
Yeah, I have no idea what happened.
That's
So
been since
do you
last
know what
trial,
time you were
bro.
here with this group? That day?
With the group, I know I was there in the afternoon. I don't know the time.
Okay. How did you come to be informed that you should meet at that location?
I spoke to my brother and I said, I'll meet down at the courthouse.
And that's Matt McCabe?
That is correct.
Okay. What was your understanding of what you were going to be there for and what's going to happen that day?
I was coming in to support the O'Keefe family and the witnesses in the case. So support group.
Have you ever met Lindsay? Had you ever met Lindsay Gattani before that day?
No, I had not.
Okay. And when you got there, did you have any conversation with her?
No, I had not.
How many people approximately had gathered at that area behind the Registry of Deeds in your group?
It was a good sized group. It was kind of broken up into multiple groups, but maybe 20, 30 people maybe. I have no idea.
And was Paul O'Keefe there?
I have no idea. He might have been. I have no idea.
So did someone introduce you to Ms. Gattani?
No, I never met her.
And you said it broke down into two groups as everyone came towards the courthouse, is that right?
That is correct.
Who was in your group?
In my group, multiple people, I have no idea who they were. My sister, my aunt, my cousin.
What are the names, please?
My cousin?
Yeah, the names of the people that were in this group.
I don't know everybody knows this group, but
You don't know your aunt and your cousin's name?
my aunt. Shannon Sullivan is my cousin. Megan McCabe is my sister. I think a few of my sister-in-law's sisters were there. I don't know their last names off the top, man, but Michelle and Denise and everybody else. I don't know who else was there.
What was your understanding of the hearing that was going to happen that day?
My understanding was it was a quick hearing that day, go in, see what happens, and then leave.
Okay. So you walked towards the courthouse from the Registry of Deeds, correct?
That is correct.
And which way did you walk? Let's say you're walking towards the courthouse from the Registry of Deeds. Did you go to the right around the building, or did you go to the left around the building?
Came up the driveway side, so I think that's the left around the building. If you come from behind or if you're looking at it, to the right. So it depends on what side you're on.
Okay,
So
so
the rear, it's on the left side. You're looking at the front of the building.
so can we say it this way, that you came up between this building and the registry?
Yes,
And that's when you came into the court?
that is correct.
What happened when you got inside the court?
Yeah,
When I got inside the court, and then went through the metal detector and everything, came in the
captions
building,
aren't working.
walked up the set of stairs to where there was a group of people waiting to get into the court.
Did you see Ms. Gattani inside the courthouse at all?
No, I did not. She wasn't in.
Did you end up getting into the courtroom?
No, there were too many people and there was a head count on the numbers that can get in, so I was at the back of line, so I did not get in.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Carney get into the courtroom?
Yes. Well, hopefully.
At some point, so just to set this right, you're outside the courtroom, but in the courthouse.
That is correct.
What did you do while you were in the courthouse waiting around?
Just sat there waiting.
How long did it take?
Wasn't long, maybe half hour.
And what happened after half an hour?
Then after that, when the court let out, everybody started coming down the stairs. I waited for the group that I was with to come out, and then I proceeded to fall behind them and exited the courthouse.
And did you see Ms. Gattani as far as exiting the courthouse at all?
At that time, I had no idea who she was, but she was in the group of people that was exiting.
So I'm glad you brought that up. A lot of these observations that you have, that you've offered, are from you looking at video and then realizing stuff later, right?
Ooh,
Looking at
good
video,
point.
realizing, yes.
And one of them is figuring out who Ms. Gattani is, right?
Well, no, when we were in the back parking lot, I then found out who she was when we were back.
So did you recognize her in the courthouse or not?
Yeah, I saw her when she went into the court.
Did she have a piece of paper in her hand?
Yes, she did.
And what was your understanding of why she had a piece of paper in her hand?
My understanding of what that was all taking place when I was standing at the doorway waiting to get in. She had said to the court officer that she had an order against Mr.
Wow.
Did you talk to Jennifer McCabe?
So she targeted
about, Ms. Gattani at all?
No, I did not.
It's true that Ms. McCabe was with Ms. Gattani on the way in and on the way out.
So she went into the courthouse with the court order.
Part of the group. Yes.
Dude.
Did you hear them talking?
No, I did not hear them talking.
Did you hear them approaching the courtroom?
No, they were in a different group than me.
Yeah,
So,
total setup.
Back to leaving. You leave the courthouse, and is it still two groups or is it one big group now?
When I left the courthouse, it was one big group.
So Ms. Catani's in that group?
Yes, she was.
Ms. McCabe, Jennifer McCabe's in that group?
Yes, she was.
And you're in that group?
Yes, I was.
And how many people roughly in the group?
I don't know, probably about 25 people maybe.
And when you were leaving, the hearing had concluded and a lot of people were streaming out of the courthouse, weren't they?
This is Matt McCabe's brother.
Some people went to the right down the handicap ramp. Some people went down straight, right?
That is correct.
There was probably over 100 people out in front of the courthouse when you left, right?
It was probably more than that, sir.
More than that, okay.
Tim Bradle is
you and your group
cross-examining
went,
Colin
out of the
McCabe.
courthouse and you went down the handicap ramp, right?
That is correct.
And you came to the bottom of the handicap ramp and you were jawboning with some of the protesters out there, weren't you?
Yes, some things were being said to me and I responded to the things that were being said.
Sure. And you called somebody retarded and you said something about somebody could be committed or something. You're waiting for them to be committed, right?
Yes, might not have been the best choice of words at that time, and I regret saying that, but yes.
And as you're leaving, Ms. Catani's in your group and everyone's sort of walking together away from the courthouse, right?
Correct, to go across the street to where the cops are parking.
Right. So everyone's walking at first along High Street towards Dedham Center, right?
That's the name of the street. I don't know the name of the street, but.
Well, let's do it this way. The street in front of the courthouse.
Yes.
You exit, you get to the bottom of the handicap ramp, you make a right, you're walking towards town.
Yes.
And you're kind of walking towards this building,
Yes,
but across the street.
correct.
Then you get to the crosswalk, you walk over
Towards
to
the bagel
same side
place and the jam
street that this
place.
building's on, right?
Yes.
And then you walk down that little street that's in between this building and the Registry of Deeds building, right?
Yes.
So all this time, you're walking away from the courthouse
Walking away from, yes,
and you're walking away from the Registry of Deeds building, I should say the front of the registry.
well, no, technically when we're crossing the street, I'm walking towards the registry. And then as we're walking down the side street, then yes, I'm not walking away from the registry of deeds until I get kind of.
Okay, so you get to the side of it, you're walking along the building, away from the front of the building, right?
That is correct.
I'm gonna show you some photos. May I approach, Your Honor? Gonna show you these three photographs. I've shown
This
them
is
now.
so ridiculous.
Take a look at those.
Like they have to get all fucking like, they have to break this down all technically with data. It's the stupidest shit in the world.
Okay, are those close-ups of you and your group leaving the courthouse?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of your group's departure from the courthouse that day?
Well, this one here, yes, these ones right here, I don't know exactly.
It's like you called some people retarded, right?
Well, do they show the same people that you were with that day?
Oh my God, dude.
There was multiple people there. It shows a few of the same people that I was with that day. I don't know.
Dude.
If it's everybody.
You guys got to understand the longer that this goes on with Turtle Boy shit, because he's fighting all these charges, so all of them are going to go to trial, and it's going to be beautiful
41, 42, and 43.
because it's just going to show how shitty the McAlberts are. Like just one example after the other, how shitty the McAlberts are. Oh, you guys are welcome. Thanks for being here. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm glad you guys are watching it here. Means a lot.
Exhibit 41. Who's the gentleman in the red vest?
Thinking that's, me.
And that's a picture of your group requirement, right?
That is correct.
All right. And then, exhibit 42, who do you recognize in the photo? That photo.
I recognize my sister-in-law.
Names, please.
What?
That's John McKay.
What did you say, dude?
Be my sister-in-law's cousin, and I recognize.
They
one of
brought
my
the whole clan,
sister-in-law's
dude.
Sisters. Not sure which one it is, either Denise or Michelle. Terrible one, you know. That's not which one they are. And I think it might be a side group of maybe my sister, but I can't.
Exhibit 42 for the record.
Dude, sometimes the Boston
Thank you.
accent is so thick that that's all I hear.
Exhibit 43. And do you recognize him as well?
See, that's Chris Albert. One of my sister-in-law's sisters.
What's up, SD?
Denise and Michelle. And then that's one of my sister-in-law's brother-in-laws. That's Bob. And
Thank you for the
then
Venmo, Roslyn.
looks like my sister-in-law's cousin. I'm not sure her name. I see
My sister-in-law, my sister-in-law's cousin, my grandmother, my grandmother's daughter, her sister's cousin, twice removed. Dude, like,
43.
Thank you.
this is all at the courthouse. Like, what the fuck are all these people doing there?
So when you walked out, there was a pretty raucous crowd yelling and screaming. You're engaging with them. They're giving it to you, right?
Yeah, it was a pretty chaotic situation. Yes.
And you never heard anyone yelling liar, liar, did you?
I don't know what I heard. I only heard a couple of things being stated myself.
So right there, this dude didn't even hear nobody say liar, liar.
Now, in all the video you looked at, all the photos.
So
you dealt
fucking
with,
dumb.
There's no photo, there's no representation of Mr. Carney and Ms. Catani in the same frame or the same video. Isn't that correct?
From the photos you just sent me, no.
From everything you looked at, you said that you looked at some things to figure out what happened, right?
Well, yes, and one of the, in the video that I took.
So it's a yes or no question.
Shut
I'm
up.
asking you for a narrative. I'm asking you if
Yeah.
in all those reviews, you saw any frames, pictures, stills of Mr. Carney and Ms. Catani in the same
Like,
picture or
even
or
fucking
still.
near each other.
So not a video, just a still.
Any of it.
Which still?
Well, in the video.
A still of a video or a photograph. There's no picture.
There's no
where
fucking
they're
picture of
both
them
in.
together.
No.
So were you aware that day that Ms. Catani had a restraining order against Mr. Carney?
I heard about that after the fact.
So at the time you didn't know?
No, I had no idea.
Did you speak to Paul O'Keefe that day at all?
No, I did not.
May I have one moment, please, Your Honor?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
It was just a big party. It was a party.
Witness be excused if he wishes to leave.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Council of scheduling. I'm just going to address the motion of quash.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Council, thank you for your patience. Where are we on this right now? Have you folks talked at all? You remember the court's partial ruling is that the motion of quash is denied as relates to testimony.
Yes, he's our third or fourth witness, I think, Your Honor. And we would like to get a look at his text messages with these other people about this notion of inviting Ms. Catani with her restraining order to this court session.
Right.
What's what's the witness's position relative to that on motion for?
What's up, Obach?
Let me state, if I may, Your Honor, because I've sat here for a couple of days, so I think I understand case law better than I did before it started. This is still Rule 17, submission. So relevance is still relevant. At the beginning, I said to you, Your Honor, and I can see that you with, I agreed at that time, before I heard what is coming today. If I understand the facts correctly, the operative time frame is leaving the property. I accept that there was testimony that came in yesterday that there may have been some communication.
Who is this?
with my client about arriving at the courthouse that day.
Who's talking right
But
now?
the question for this case is what happens when leaving the courthouse, going back to the registry of deeds, and whether there's a violation of an ordinance. I looked at every one of those photos, every one of those videos. My client is nowhere to be found. He was not there. He was no longer a precipient witness to those facts.
I guess he's
What's your position on Mr. Brito seeking some of these phone messages that you're opposing?
I oppose it. He's asked
Gotcha.
for unlimited scope on the
We're going to talk about that.
We did talk, Judge, and I narrowed the request to 30 days prior. And
okay, because he wants the text messages. And Paul O'Keefe's lawyer is arguing why he doesn't want to give them.
There's a conspiracy between Ms. Gattani, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Jennifer McCabe, and probably other members of the Albert McCabe
There it
family
is.
To now that Mr. Carney's out of jail, a couple days out of jail, they know that she has a restraining order. They invite her to the courthouse to kick Mr. Carney out of there and sort of exact some revenge on Mr. Carney, interfere with his reporting, etc. So what do we have for that? We have.
Let's assume that's the case.
Okay.
Where does that go relative to this judge? My role as a judge only here.
Sure.
Not a fact.
Well, it goes to
Let's assume
to credibility, Your Honor, in terms of that they're trying to create a restraining order violation.
Bad motive.
Yep.
Right. Where do we go from there? Relative to this judge?
Yeah.
Bad motive.
So Ms. Gattani testified that she was invited by Mr. O'Keefe or the O'Keefe family. She involved another nemesis of Mr. Carney, Kate Peter.
Yeah.
That she was the broker of this thing. And, you know, Paul O'Keefe is sitting in the courtroom. He's on video and it's in evidence, walking in with Ms. Gattani. And I think he's a relevant witness to what transpired and why it transpired.
He's going to be
There you go.
testifying.
Right.
But as far as the prelude to that.
Right. Well, it's a conspiracy, so they had to have communicated.
Right. Yeah.
And, you know, we want the communications of
There you
how
go.
this was set up to try to
There you go.
create a situation that Mr. Carney would fall into the trap.
I appreciate your offer. I'm going to deny the text message, Rule 17. You are going to be able to call him as a witness.
Now,
I don't know what the timing is across the street. I want to be obviously sensitive to it, but we have to move on. So we'll keep that in mind.
Yeah,
Motion to quash is denied as it relates to him as a testimonial witness. It's allowed as it relates to documents.
Your Honor,
Thank you. Thank you. All right. You rested.
all right. So Paul O'Keefe has to testify.
Not guilty, Your Honor. We've argued this. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate that. So, Judge.
But he's going to deny the text
Even
messages,
in
I
the
think.
light most favorable to the Commonwealth in this case, Judge, there's no evidence of any criminal intent. There's no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Carney was trying to violate any court order. Mr. Carney did everything right. He was at his place of work. And again, no different than if he's at the Exxon station down the street.
Lauren
in
M.
the mechanics.
What's up?
He's working. She knew he was going to be there. She goes there to evict him. He goes with it. He gets up and leaves. And he walks a circuitous route down.
He's not trying to fight it.
He checks in with the government. This is the key point here, Judge. This is what's fatal to the
There it
government's
is.
case. He checks in with a policeman.
Right.
He reveals the situation. The policeman says, go over there for now. He goes over there. Then things change. The hearing ends early. She comes down. Hundreds of people come down, over 100 people, however you want to see it. You have the video, you've seen it. People come out. Everyone's got a black coat on. Everyone's got black glasses on, black hair. It's a sea of people. Mr. Carney's there. He's live streaming. He's talking about what just happened to him. And he's in the general vicinity of where the policeman told him to go. I would suggest that as a matter of law, the government is stopped from then prosecuting him for doing what they told him to do. And, you know, the only reason we're here is because of the poisonous atmosphere that surrounds these cases with respect to the Norfolk County DA's office and my client and the Reed matter. Any reasonable prosecutorial agency judge would look at the case and say, wait a minute, they're saying there was a violation 10 minutes ago. A cop was there 10 minutes later and they don't report it. And it's just a ridiculous scenario that if they had seen him, in other words, if there was contact, they would have made sure he got arrested. And this is all reverse engineered. They looked at the video later on. They saw that he was there. And then they called, hey, he was there. We just looked at the video. And they trying to create contact after the fact, Your Honor. Mr. Carney is not doing anything outside of what he was told to do. He left,
was the one
he
being
walked that
stalked.
route, he went right to a policeman. He was told to go somewhere and he went there. He was waiting there, Judge. The evidence will show if we have to do
This is cold
the evidence will
proof
show that
she
was
weaponized
waiting
the
there
restraining order.
to report to the officer who was busy at the time. He didn't want to go off alone because he didn't know where she was going to go. That's his state of mind with respect to Gattani, is that he doesn't know what she's capable of. He doesn't know what she's going to do next. He just got out of jail from her locking him up for 60 days. So he wants to stay with the policeman. He stayed where the government told him. He wanted to get a chance to report and document and get the officer to take some notes and write a report about what had just happened. He didn't want to go off this direction or that direction or to a car or whatever because he didn't want to end up like Frank Egan.
He was safest next to a
He didn't
cop.
want to end up at her.
What better witness than a
She
cop?
goes to him. She calls the cops. He had just seen that video. The evidence would show if we had to do a defense case. He had just seen that video a few days earlier, and he sees what she's capable of. He's terrified of this woman. He doesn't want to engage with her. He doesn't want to provoke her. He doesn't want to give her any
That's
ammo
because she's
whatsoever.
scary as fuck.
That's what the evidence showed here in the Commonwealth's case, is that he did everything right. He followed the Commonwealth's representative at the time's directions, and that should end the case, Your Honor. So that, as a matter of law,
should end the case.
I respectfully submit, should require the court to enter a required finding based on the government's actions, based on the
Not guilty.
uncontested testimony surrounding Officer Crump, that he said, go over there for now, and he did that. I would ask you to dismiss the case, Judge.
Dismiss the case. Not guilty.
Just treated your client for a lot of pseudo testimony about the defendant's state of mind and his focus on his defense. He said very little about the Commonwealth's evidence. But if your Honor instructing the jury, I believe if you follow the model jury instructions, you would instruct the jury that there are 4 things that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that a court issued a protective order. That's not even in dispute, I think. 2nd, that the order is in effect on the date the violation occurred. That's not in dispute either. 3rd, that the defendant knew the order was in effect. I think we know that, if nothing else, from Mr. Bradel's conversation with the police officer, he knew the order was in effect.
They haven't even brought up the fact that the judge decided that he could be at the courthouse.
I'll talk about that if necessary.
Like he
But
nipped that in the
meantime,
bud as soon as it happened.
As to Mr. Kearney's state of mind, the law is that violation of a no contact order requires no showing of mens rea other than knowledge of the order itself.
Christ, dude.
That's Commonwealth versus Tanasi, 435 Mass at 312 Euro. There is no requirement of a showing on the Commonwealth's part of intent on the part of the defendant to violate the order. That's Commonwealth versus Delaney, 425 Mass at 596.
The fuck are you even talking about, dude?
There is no proof that the defendant intended an act that resulted in the violation. That's Commonwealth versus Colley, 427 Mass at 388. All the Commonwealth has to show is that there was an order that said he had to stay 100 yards away. And he knew where she was.
Dude, if this judge buys that, this judge, no way this judge is buying that.
In my opening statement,
This is the most ridiculous argument ever.
The right thing when he saw Ms. Gattani enter the courtroom, he got up and he left. And if he had kept on going,
he would have been fine. He should have kept on going until he got 100 yards away. We can argue about whether or not going down the stairs constitutes the yardage, or whether it's a straight line or whatever. But the fact is, whichever way you calculate it, when Ms. Catani walks out of that courtroom in full view of the defendant, he's about 35 yards away. And he remains 35 yards away.
Sup,
And by the way,
Microdonts?
he's not staying where the police
Clips.
officer told him to stay. The police officer pointed over towards the street, according to his own testimony, and thought that Mr. Kearney was headed in that direction, and then his attention was drawn.
Get
to
the
traffic.
fuck out of here.
There's no testimony that he ever came back to consult with the police officer further, or that he was afraid to leave. Rather, all the evidence, including the photos, shows Mr. Kearney following along Ms. Catani.
No, it
as she
doesn't.
proceeds down the street and getting even closer to him by the end of that journey, so he's well within 100 yards. I introduced some photographs of Ms. Catani, Your Honor, that Mr. Kearney posted the next day on the blog. I think there are about 26 of them. I don't know why somebody who's terrified of Ms. Catani would provoke her by filing all those photographs the very next day on his blog. Apparently he managed to overcome his terror somehow. But in any case, I recall Mr. Brado objecting that he didn't object to the photographs as long as there was no implication that Mr. Kearney took them himself. Well, I don't know whether he took them himself, Your Honor, but I do know that in every single photograph we introduce from those videos of Mr. Kearney, he's standing there opposite Ms. Catani, holding up his cell phone.
Exactly, Richie.
So
He's
he's
stupid.
well within 35 yards. I would suggest that not only has the Commonwealth proved its case beyond.
Like, you want to
verdict standard,
fucking throw this guy in jail over
well beyond
semantics.
reasonable doubt.
She sought him out. Brado
Just
proved
one-
it.
If I could just have one brief response. Nice job on the case law, but you have to know the person's there. There's knowledge. You can't just be such strict liability if a person is, if the government can prove
Yeah.
they're within 100 yards of each other. That's not it. There has to be contact. There's no contact there. The government can't prove contact, and the government is, speculating
Right.
about where they were relative to each other. They have no evidence whatsoever before you that where they were relative to each other and when. There's no evidence of it, and even in the light most favorable to Commonwealth, they have not made it to that threshold that a rational jury would go in that direction. So I
Like,
think
they may not even have to call Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
appreciate the
Like, he
vote.
might dismiss this case right now.
And you putting in the 10 months?
Yes, Judge. Meredith O'Neill, please.
It's called Meredith O'Neill.
All right, so they're gonna call Meredith now.
Your Honor, I object to this witness because she's the girlfriend of Aiden Kearney, and I'm probably gonna keel over talking to her,
Do you swear in the matter now in hearing?
just
Tell the
like
truth, the
Blue
whole
did
truth,
in
and
old
nothing but the
school.
truth, so help you God. Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor? Good afternoon. State your name and spell your last name. And where do you live, ma'am, just generally? What do you do for a living?
Yeah.
And who do you work for? And what's your educational background?
Management French, and then the master's in accounting and MBA from North University.
How long have you been an accountant?
So, 12 years.
And do you know Aiden Carney? How do you know Mr. Carney? And how long have you been dating? How long have you known him?
Years.
You know that he's charged here today with violating a restraining order, right?
Yeah.
And you were with him that day, weren't you? Tell us how that came about, that you and he were together and coming here on, coming to Dedham on 2/26/24.
that the Karen case, we both have obviously been following the trial for quite some time, so we decided to attend the hearing together.
And just so, just for the record, so the factual background is clear, Mr. Carney is probably the most prolific commentator and journalist investigating on the Karen Reed case. Is that a fair statement?
Overruled.
Yes, that's
Overruled.
fair.
And you actually do too, right? You
Yes.
comment on Twitter or X about it here and there, right? And you guys, you assist him with that endeavor as well?
Yes, sometimes.
Sure. So
Next
on
person
that date, there was an
that
afternoon
tells me
hearing
to
on this
stream Young
matter, right?
Jerks is getting hidden.
And at the time, Mr. Carney had just gotten out
If
of
you want to
jail a
watch
couple
it,
days earlier,
go the
right?
fuck over there.
And that was from a case that was out of this court, right? You know a little bit about it, right? And that you know that the charge in that case was among the charges in that case was a charge of assault and battery, right?
Your Honor, this is Mr. Freitas, but
I'm just trying to move it along for some preliminary matters, Your Honor.
It's leading, but it's all anecdotal. We all know most of this anyway. Let's go.
So on the day of 2/26, how do you and Mr. Carney come together?
To court together with our friend Brad Goldstein.
And what was the plan that day among you guys to watch this hearing?
So, we're on it. So we got there then.
Where did you park when you got here?
I parked in the right.
And did Aiden have a car in some other location as well?
Yes, about 5 or 10 minutes down the road, he can park, so, I met him coming from his house and then together.
Then you drove together closer.
Correct, to the Red Street.
And where did you park your car?
In the Red Street park.
So in like the back of the building, behind the building?
Yeah.
Did he leave some items in the car when you guys departed the car?
Yeah, his computer and his car key.
So what was your path, the three of you, what was your path to the Norfolk Superior Court?
Into the courthouse, we walked around, I believe this building, between this building and the Red Street, across the street, we crossed along it. We crossed up around 1:30.
Was there anything unusual that occurred in the walk, or was it just the typical assemblage of people outside?
Not at all very typical. Reporters, Karen and Dave outside.
And did you have some conversation with them, or did you see Mr. Carney having any conversation with them?
Yes, many conversations.
Do you know who Lindsay Gattani is? And did you see her outside anywhere during your arrival into the courthouse?
No.
What happened when you got into the courthouse?
Well, about 1:30, we weren't letting go in this yet, so we went to security and then went upstairs and waited in a line before they started letting people in about 10 minutes before.
Did you and Aiden and Mr. Goldstein, did the three of you get into the court hearing?
Yes, we did.
And where did you go when you got in there?
That is the third, towards the outside, so.
And if you were looking up at the bench, at the judge's bench, were you on the left or the right?
We are on the left.
All right, so kind of near the windows on the left. Did you sit in the same row as Mr. Carney or a different row?
Same row.
What time did you sit down roughly, if you remember?
But would have been 1:50 or before the start time.
Did you have any knowledge of the hearing that was about to commence and what kind of a hearing it was?
Yes, it was a motion hearing. There were several motions to hear, including a vote.
So was this the type of a hearing that you anticipated would be 5 or 10 minutes or a longer type of a hearing? So you were sitting down. Did the hearing commence at about 2:01 in the afternoon? And right around the time that it commenced, did you see Ms. Gattani? And where did you first see her? All right, and just to summarize.
You know
you've seen
Meredith
video of
had
this,
eyes
and
on
you're
her.
aware that there's video and evidence about this very snapshot of time, right? Okay. And you remember it though, right? All right, so we're gonna just go with your testimony. So when you turned around and you saw Ms. Gattani, what did you see? Set the scene for us.
Right away, identity, and right now I'm being that and Dave and it's not a family member, so we had to start dating her and was her dating her that she's going to be here immediately now.
Did you notice whether she had anything in her hands? Did you make any eye contact with her or communicate with her in any way?
No, as soon as I saw her from afar, I had to go.
When you turned around to see Ms. Gattani, you were looking kind of towards the back of the room? You kind of had to turn over your shoulder. What about Mr. Carney? Did you see him, whether he was looking with you or whether he was looking straight ahead?
That was not her. I was just looking to see who was coming in, just wanting to see if it was the judge gave it the other witnesses that he.
Okay, just listen to the question you're asking, just answer that question, and then just wait for the next one.
So when you, right at this snapshot of time, when you're looking back at Ms. Gattani, you see Mr. Carney. Did Mr. Carney react in any verbal way to your knowledge when he saw or you saw Ms. Gattani?
No, correct.
Did he get up?
Did get up and said, God, that
Was he facing the direction of Ms. Gattani when he said that? Or was he facing the direction of some other people in the road?
stay forward.
And what happened next? Right next?
Got out. Also standing in there in between us, the crowd standing between us, and we left, walked out the door, and downstairs.
Did anyone have to tell you or Mr. Carney what to do?
No, I told him, we left the room, not speaking it for him.
What was the time period that went by from the time Gattani walked in the room till you and Aiden had walked out of the room? Where did you see Miss Gattani go when she came into the room, if you saw?
I did, like,
Did you see, do you know who Paul O'Keefe is? Did you see Mr. O'Keefe in there? If you remember.
don't believe so. I mean, looking at videos after the fact, and I can't say that at that time, when I was walking out, I saw any of them because I was just focused on getting out.
Sure. In the 10 minutes or so that you were waiting there, can you recall looking around the courtroom and seeing who was around?
I think some of you have been there before, but certainly not Mr. Tanya or Devin Gage who walked out after they.
So you leave with Mr. Carney out the door of the courtroom.
Correct.
Where do you go?
We head downstairs, security area where we came in, and a couple people stopped us and talked.
Just gotta listen to the question you know.
So you walk outside and you're
It's
going
Judge,
to the
man.
courtroom.
Like, I like him, but he's not having a whole lot of patience
As you
with
guys
Meredith right now.
leave, did anybody from the Alberts or McCabe's or O'Keefe's make any comments about you or Aiden having to leave?
Objection, relevance, overruled.
What did
Oh,
Chris
yeah,
Albert say?
it's totally relevant, dude.
At the ITPH talk at meeting.
Where did you go, just physically, where did you go when you left the courtroom?
Went downstairs.
Did you speak with anybody as you were leaving?
One woman, Eden.
Okay. What was Mr. Carney's kind of demeanor when he was leaving?
Objection to the characterization and to what he wanted.
Of the anxiety stage, the rest of the question.
When you say he was in a state of anxiety, can you give us some things that you observed about him that made you conclude he was in a state of anxiety?
He told me he was worried and followed him out.
So you get down the stairs to the first floor, and what happens on the first floor?
A woman approached us and gave some information about entering the courthouse before.
Do you know that lady by any chance?
Yes.
Was that in the vicinity
Yeah,
of
it's
the
hard to
metal
hear
detectors,
Meredith.
or where was that on the first floor, just generally? Did you stay with Aiden for that, or did you go ahead of him, or were you still together, or what? You exited the court, the front doors of the courthouse? And what was the scene that you first saw when you went outside?
There was, it's a smaller crowd of people outside, smaller homes, and a lot of people are not interested in hearings, but for these round of people, were also police officers.
Approximately how long after 2 o'clock were you guys standing outside?
Probably within 2:06, 2:07.
Few minutes after 2:01 or so, a few minutes later. What did you see Mr. Carney do when he came out of the courthouse?
He immediately walked up to a police officer across the street,
And where was the police officer?
directing traffic in the crosswalk.
Okay, so that's kind of is that a busy area there, or is that a quiet area? So did Mr. Carney, stay on the court side of the street, or did he walk to the registry side of the street?
He walked to the register side.
Did he try to have a quick conversation with the officer? And what did you see?
The officer, things were restraining order situation, the officer said, go over there for now.
And did you see any physical gesture that accompanied that statement? Okay, so he kind of made a physical gesture pointing in that direction? And did you see Mr. Carney do anything in response to that gesture?
He went over towards the registry, the actual building.
All right, and did he, where did he stand in relation to the actual facade of the registry of deeds building?
He was all the way up against the wall, far away.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Carney intend to do anything at that time period to memorialize what had just happened inside?
Objection to what she did. Objection sustained. It's to the form of the question.
Sure. What was the plan between you and Mr. Carney about what to do about what happened inside?
Again, I memorialized what happened in there to ensure that this could not be going to see what happened and make it down to be some type of violation.
At some point, was Mr. Carney reporting, doing his job, I guess, about what had just happened to him?
Yeah, started live stream of the courthouse, and we both agreed with the idea so that every day was documented in case we could back out all of those.
And what is live streaming?
It's just when you have a camera and you direct a live video to the audience, whether it's YouTube or platform.
Was Mr. Carney live streaming, to your knowledge, as he came down the courthouse steps? Was he live streaming when he was talking to the officer?
Yes.
Did he continue to live stream as he followed the directions of the officer? When he got to the facade of the registry, was he still live streaming? All right. Did you want to get involved with him in his live streaming at the time?
No, I purposely kind of stayed out.
At some point, did hundreds of people stream out of the courthouse? How much time had passed between when, let's say, when he gets to the facade and then when hundreds of people come out of the courthouse?
Probably March.
Was that an expected strike that? Was that the departure of the folks that you saw in the courtroom earlier?
Yeah.
Did you expect that hearing to end, causing all those people to leave?
No. Still in there, stay with us.
You mentioned that the officer that Mr. Carney spoke with was in a little bit of a busy area, right? Did it get less busy or did it get more busy when those hundreds of people came out?
Because we were.
With this event occurring, did it get more difficult or less difficult to get the officer's ear to get something going with respect to the police report? And was Mr. Carney continuing to live stream?
Was for a period of time, yes, that it. Yeah. So.
Did many of those hundreds of people kind of come across the street to the registry?
Yeah.
Do many of those people know and communicate with you and Mr. Carney? And they do typically on a regular basis. These are people that you guys know, supporters, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, right? Did you and Mr. Carney kind of separate off from each other in terms of talking to these people and doing whatever you guys were doing?
Yeah, okay.
And where were you and where was he, to your knowledge?
Still around that same area, they drove to where the officer had gone. So at one point, my friend Brad, my team was, but he wandered a little bit towards the parking lot.
At some point, did you see Lindsay Gattani and her group come out of the courthouse? Was it something that was open and obvious, or was it something that was mixed in with everyone else coming out?
All wearing coats.
Was there something unusual about, you know, the colors? Was there contrasting colors? Was it a majority of similar clothing, or what was the scene?
A lot of dark hair, black hair.
Did you, at some point when they came out, when Gattani and her group came out, were you paying attention to Mr. Carney at that time?
I don't know exactly, but you know, the only time I saw her was when I went back to my car parking lot, get stuff there.
So before you left, did you, and when you were in the vicinity of Mr. Carney, did you ever hear him calling anyone a liar, screaming out liar, liar? Did you ever see him make any outward manifestations that he had seen or spoke to Ms. Gattani?
No,
And was he still live streaming?
yes,
When you live stream, do you hold up your phone in the similar fashion as you would when you're videoing someone or photographing someone?
hold up. People follow up.
So just, is it a similar way or is it dissimilar?
It's different. You're trying to get yourself.
And was he doing that to your observation that day? So you were able to discern that he was holding it towards himself versus memorializing the scene. At what point do you and Mr. Goldstein decide to go head towards the rear of the building?
Yes, Jace. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a big day.
He gave it down, he got it, and then he went to my car because he left his school there.
Okay. So, did you say that you saw Ms. Gattani in the back parking lot?
I did, she was already there, but I didn't see her. Brad, when I stepped out of my car, Brad pointed out that there she is, and it took me a few minutes to even feel the recognizer with another group of women, and pretty much wearing the same thing, so it just took me a lot hard to see her.
She was parked all the way at the far end of the registry of deeds parking lot, right?
Further towards the end than I was, yeah, I was closer to that level.
More than a football field away from the registry building, or about a football field, or less than a football field from the registry building, from the back of the registry building? So she was almost to the back of that registry parking lot?
Yes.
Was the rest of her group also parked there and congregated there?
They were all congregated there, and other parts, but they were.
So if Mr. Carney, when he left, if he had gone to the back of that parking lot, he would have been going right to where Gattani was going.
Sure.
It was the same location as where Gattani went, right?
Thank you, Liz.
Next question.
When Mr. Carney went to the back with you, was Gattani still there or was she gone?
That was much later, no, I went back and found him. When I saw her back there, I needed to text him and said, do not come back here,
Okay, so then you go back to where Mr. Carney is?
all the way on court. To the right of Superior Court where Sharon and her team parked down that way, so.
All right, so he had departed and gone the other way? And that would be as you're looking at the North Superior Court, the street to the right along the side of the court, right? And you went and found him? Did you bring him his items? When, Ms. O'Neill, is the first time you saw Mr. Time? Departing the court?
In the parking lot.
In the back of the building?
Yes.
Okay. What were your observations of her demeanor? Was she gesturing? Was she looking back? Was she looking forward? What were your observations? Did anyone in the group appear to be agitated or upset by anything that may have transpired? May I have one moment, please? Thank you very much, Ms. Nothing further. Cross-examination.
Oh my God. This should be fucking great.
Now, I think you told Mr. Brayful, no, defendant for a couple of years and that you've been dating, 8 months, that's right?
That's correct.
Did you know him when he was dating this time?
GP dog, thank you so much.
Really? You don't much like Mr. Time, do you? That wasn't the question. Did you hear the question?
Let's see. This is where we see Cosgrove's
What was the
teeth.
question?
You want to like Mr. Tanya?
Yes. Now try my question.
Of course, I don't think so.
Thank you.
He's already being a dick.
What was the
Did
question?
you execute an affidavit to some mail on June 5th of this year? And did you say, Ms.
Oh wow.
O'Neill,
Thank you, Robin G. Appreciate it.
paragraph 3? Actually, I'll show it to you in those. And you can ignore what I circled. Take a minute to read that.
Okay, number 3.
Yeah, just read it to yourself. So did you say in number 3 of your affidavit at approximately 2:05, I turned around and saw Lindsay Gattani into the courtroom holding a white piece of paper in his hand. He told me that we need to leave. We were surprised to see her there because she never attended the parent reading prior to that and was not friends with any of the witnesses or victims' parents. By the way, have you attended all of the parent hearings at that point?
Most of them, not all.
Then you don't know of your personal knowledge whether Mr. Tommy was saying it already in the previous service or not, do you?
I do watching this. I watched every single hearing.
Oh, you kept a vigilant eye. So that the moment that Mr. Tommy walked in, checked out every single person in the courtroom.
Well, at that point, she said, I also knew what she was saying.
I'm not sure I see the connection, but maybe if I think about it, it will become clear. Now, did you happen to read an affidavit that Mr. Kearney wrote?
One,
This one.
Does I object to impeaching a witness with someone else's statement?
For real, dude. I'm too sober for this shit.
well, I'm not familiar with all of it, there's something about it, thinking like that. Also, take a look.
Just wait for a question. You don't have to respond. Did you happen to watch You watch all of these attorney shows? Do you remember whether you watched the Saturday Night Live show on February 24th?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but that was so long ago.
Well, did we agree that February 24th of 2004 was 2 days before February 26th that you're in the United States?
2024?
Yes, right.
Yes, I agree with you.
Dude, I couldn't tell you which fucking live stream is what.
On that live show, the amounts that he was defending Karen Reed here was very important.
You're saying that very not.
And you know that he stages it,
or give me one. Witnesses don't have to agree or disagree, just whatever you know or don't know.
and you know that he stated that on that show, he expressed concerns that the mechanics and Alberts would show up with Lucy Gattani's human shield in order to remove him from the courtroom due to the restraining order she had.
Meredith, Aiden's girlfriend, is on the stand right now. Cosgrove is cross-examining her.
Why, in light of the fact that he's broadcasting on the live show, 2 days before the hearing, he was worried about Gattani showing up. He was surprised to see Lindsay walk into the court.
Fuck was all that?
Next question.
The fuck was that?
So you and Mr. Kearney see Lindsay Gattani come in and you get up and you go down the stairs and out the door. Is that correct? And at what point does Mr. Kearney stop lying to us?
As soon as he comes outside.
Stepped outside the courtroom or stepped outside the building? Okay. And that was always the plan.
Erica M., why are all these special prosecutors complete jackasses unnecessarily? Because no actual ADA will fucking do what it takes. The only way to argue these cases is to be a jackass because they have no evidence. They have no case. So they have to get somebody unethical to do this shit.
How often do I say that you have to go out that stuff?
Camera on him to document what's happening out there.
I told you I want to document what happens there.
It's what he does.
So you're outside of the courtroom, he talks to the officer, and the officer directs him, you say it's registry. You give the officer say registry of deeds.
So he said go over there and point the registry of deeds.
Stop and point like this, or was it just like that?
Are you pointing at the building?
Straight ahead.
Absolutely.
Wasn't pointing at the concert.
I don't know.
Mr. Kearney goes over there. Are you still with him at this point?
Yeah.
And are you standing next to him or nearby him by the registry of deeds building? And you're familiar with the Norfolk Superior Court, the entrance and the exit, are you not? And you've attended a number of the hearings that you've seen. And you know that typically when the hearings get over, people who have attended the hearing, quite a number of them have found the hearing. Would you agree, despite a number of people typically attend Karen Reed hearing? And on this particular day, it was so crowded, everybody couldn't get in, right? So you know when the hearing ends, what typically happens is the people go out that main exit door, same one they went in, right?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you notice that people are coming out the door, right?
Yeah.
Are you standing next to the defendant at that point?
For a little bit, you're still a little bit away, the crowd started.
Oh. Well. Did you observe whether Mr. Kearney, who was worried that Mr. Connie might follow him, was looking at his shoe at the door, was in the position to notice the crowd coming?
On his camera live stream himself.
So is it your testimony his view was totally obstructed by the phone?
I can't tell you what he was thinking at that point, because I was having a conversation.
Well, you've been very good about telling us when I'm soaking it up.
Counsel, should you wait for her to answer the question? Thank you. You can finish your answer.
I can't tell you what he was thinking of his assessment of what was going on, so I was having a conversation, people were rushing up to me, on his phone, so.
So in any case, you noticed that people were coming. Did you have any reason to believe that Ms. Scatani would not be coming out that door with the rest of the crowd attending here?
What?
What was the question on that? No. I asked you, did you have any reason to believe that Ms. Scatani would not be walking out that door with all the rest of the people who attended the camp?
So what? He's supposed to run from. He's supposed to run from her. He did exactly what he's supposed to do. He went to a cop
I'm sorry.
because he's got to work there. He's covering the case. He has way more business being there than she would ever have.
Did you say to Mr. Kearney, I see people coming out. I see people from the Karen Reed hearing coming out the door across the street. Did you say that, John? And you're only talking when you're directly next to.
I was talking to other people.
So you have no concern at all that Lindsay Gattani to come out and pursue him and get him in trouble. You weren't worried about that at all at that point.
I was trying to figure out what happened because
I didn't ask you what you're trying to figure out. I asked
Wow.
you if you were worried at all that Lindsay Gattani would come out and pursue him.
Don't let fucking don't let the crypt keeper get the best of you, Meredith. Get his ass.
I would like her to be able to get an answer. And one question at a time.
If we just need this guy.
For the next second, look them up.
And you don't think that in the book of this or please.
She will send it to me.
No, I didn't ask you why. So you don't tell Mr. Kearney that people are coming up. You don't call that the attention. Because you're talking to somebody, or for whatever reason, you don't call it to this. And you don't say, hey, Lindsay might be coming out that door. Why don't you go back to my car and get the hell out of here so she doesn't track you?
I hadn't seen her at that point.
So was it your plan to wait until she was on top of you before you left?
So why would she get on top of him if she has a restraining order against him, stupid?
Well, it hasn't, right? People were coming out the door regardless of your expectations. You could see that, could you not? And in fact,
She's supposed to be scared of him, bro. You're forgetting that.
So worried about Lindsay. Why didn't she say, let's go back to my car and get the hell out of here? So there was some problem.
Why should you more like support that fire report?
And there's a police station in the town of town.
What a fucking jackass this guy is. So why didn't you go and run away from the person who's weaponizing a restraining order?
Relative to that visit. Couple of days out. So you couldn't leave because you wanted to file a police report, but then a couple of days passed before the security gets there. That what you're telling us?
At that point, this had already, he started with this, so.
But you think it would have been proved to get it recorded before she did?
He did, like, that night, so.
So you would say she was very quick about reporting the alleged violation?
Not when it happens, not until later.
Could have belonged to this. So. Mr. Kearney did not stay up against the wall.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
No, he actually went up to Griffin down Court Street, like this guy texted them, not come back here in the parking lot.
Well. When he starts moving,
It's not even his client.
he moves in the direction.
That's
of-
what's funny.
of this court, correct?
No, we moved around in back towards Superior, down Court Street.
Really?
Really? Now what? What, dude?
But I have,
Oh my fucking God, dude.
remember what Mr. Kearney was dressed as that day? The blue tie. Dark blue tie. You seen in that photo, towards the back? At that point, he's not in the front of the, he's not on the steps of the registry of deeds.
Everyone thinks the steps, I can't tell where exactly he is. There's that photo.
All right. Well, would you say, looking at the registry of deeds building, would you say he's moved to the right or he's moved?
Right
Sure,
here,
that's
Hank
all
Brennan's on the
speculation,
Zoom.
because we
What's
don't know
up,
where
Hanky?
Connie is, we don't know when this is.
Objection sustained. I don't need to give a look. Can you tell from that photo what direction he went? Yes or no?
No.
Next question.
All right. I'll take a look at 16, please. Well, wherever he is, it's fair to say he's not on the front of the registry of deeds at this point.
God, dude.
I can't tell where he is. I don't, it doesn't look like a bathroom.
All right. Let me move on to another line of questioning. You had your cell phone then. Spring obviously had his cell phone. Did you ever call him and suggested that you should have used the call?
I did not serve it here.
Sorry?
I didn't call him, but I went already down for this.
Whenever you're in the courthouse or whenever you're outside.
That's your general, my standard terrible service.
Who's your carrier?
Thank you.
And when you were there were a lot of people in the crowd shouting this. And you were, at times, you were some distance.
Dude, it's really hard to hear this guy
Yeah, and then we went
fucking
back to the parking lot.
question a witness from a coffin.
So you really have no idea whether he happens to shout liar, liar, or somebody sometime or not.
Well, by the time I got to the parking lot, Mr. Tony was there, so we couldn't have got.
And when you were apart from Mr. Kearney, were you down in the parking lot the whole time, or?
For most of the time, and then walked back, yes.
So you weren't necessarily next to him at all times before you got to the parking.
For the parking lot, I was with him most of the time.
I'm sorry?
Before I went to the parking lot, which was when we got separated, I was with them most of the time. It was fun.
You were most of the time fairly closely. All right, so the answer to my question, which was you weren't with him at all times, is yes. Let us know how complicated then.
Not in here, but yes.
Still have the text message, do not come back here.
I got to scroll that far, but if I didn't delete it, which I believe to be the be in there.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just a brief question, Your Honor. So you were asked Ms. O'Neill about why didn't you go find the police station and report it afterwards? Something to that effect, right? Were you in the car with Mr. Carney for a little while after kind of this whole thing had subsided? Was he in any sort of state of mind to be able to report anything to the police?
On the verge of tears, I mean, go get it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He was on the verge of tears, he was shaking, and it was.
He was on the brink of tears and shaking.
All right. And is that why you didn't pursue any police documentation at that point?
Dude, think about that shit. He's traumatized. Like he just got out of jail for something that he shouldn't have even been in jail for.
Yes, right. And from the brink of tears and
He's like, these people are not going to stop. Like that's his frame of mind at that point. These people are not going to stop. They're going after me everywhere I go. I can't do anything.
live cast he was doing across the street. So he only collapsed into this emotional state after he got back. He held it together bravely during the broadcast was. No further questions.
You may step down. Thank you.
Judge, sets the break. I have a very quick witness who's got to pick up her kids, and I was hoping to maybe just get her on for 5 minutes or so.
That happened across, but we'll start.
Sure, appreciate it. Thank you, Lauren Cologne. Lauren Cologne.
I don't know this person. Who's Lauren Cologne? Does anybody know?
Lauren Cologne.
Dude, like
Lauren Cologne. Yep, thank you.
I mean, like Aiden just got out of jail, and then he sees the person that he was just in jail for.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
He's gonna freak out. I'd be freaking out. I'd be scared out of my mind.
Ms. Cologne, good afternoon. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Oh,
And where do you live, just generally?
in the North Fork County.
What do you do for a living?
I am a project manager at a large company. I work out of their headquarters.
And are you married?
I thought she said private dancer. I thought she said I'm a private
What's your
dancer,
educational background?
but I think she said
I have
contractor,
my
maybe?
undergraduate in MBA degree, both from Northeastern University.
You've taken an interest in the Karen Reed and Aiden Carney cases here in Norfolk County?
Yeah.
And from time to time you attend these hearings?
I attended one here.
Okay, so it wasn't just me.
Was that
Okay.
226-24?
That one.
And you were there inside the courthouse or outside the courthouse when that Karen Reed hearing was going on?
Okay.
Shortly after 2 o'clock,
Project manager, okay.
were you
Thank
outside
you.
the courthouse?
Makes sense.
Do you know who Aiden Carney is?
We do.
And it's the gentleman here with me, right? And did you see him emerge from the courthouse a little bit after 2 o'clock?
I did.
And what exactly were your observations? And first of all, where were you situated when you first saw him?
Yes, I was on the stairs. It was the first stair or two leading up to the courthouse doors.
Okay, so the base of the stairs at the Norfolk Superior Court main entrance. You see Mr. Carney. What do you think?
Mr. Carney came out. He looked visibly anxious, very, very anxious. He had really a great concern that was.
Objection. Anxious will stand. Next question.
Was he using his phone at all?
But then I did observe him make the comment that I should.
Objection to the comments. You answered that question. What's your next question, Mr. Bird?
What did you see him do, just physically with respect to his phone? Do you know if he was recording out to the world or recording himself? If you know.
I believe he was recording himself.
Where was he when he started to do that?
I want to say, maybe it was like around the base of the stairs. Maybe leading out into the sidewalk.
I'm sorry. Okay. When he came out, did he draw your attention or were you looking at other things besides Mr. Carney when he came?
No, I was looking.
And what did you see him do and where did you see him go?
Well, I saw him, there was a state trooper that was there on.
Objection. My question is, what did I say for the question? Text.
What did you see
Listen
him
to
do?
the question and just answer that question, please.
He began moving down the stairs and started to cross the street. He approached a dead police officer.
You were going to talk about a state trooper. Did a state trooper approach him as well?
Yeah.
What happened?
State trooper was concerned about.
Objection.
Just what did you see happen?
So I saw the state trooper usher folks off the stairs and to continue moving.
And was Mr. Carney part of that group of people that were being ushered around? Where did he go?
He then was walking into the street. He approached a Dedham police officer.
Was that Dedham police officer busy doing things or was he just completely focused on Mr. Carney?
No, there was a lot of people around.
Next question.
Did you see Mr. Carney speak to him?
I did.
What was said?
Objection.
Notice and knowledge, state of mind.
Grounds for your objection. Seriously.
And it's also already in evidence, Your Honor's used the recording of the conversation.
Overruled.
What did he say to the officer?
I did not hear what was said.
Next question.
What did you see as far as any physical gestures by either Mr. Carney or the officer?
I saw the officer lift his hand and point towards the registry of deeds. I then
Next
saw,
question.
And then what did you see Mr. Carney do in terms of gestures?
I saw him do the same.
And where did you see Mr. Carney proceed after that?
He then walked over to the registry.
Was he still doing his thing with his phone?
Yeah.
At some point, hundreds of people stream out of the Norfolk Superior Court, right? Was it close in time after this interaction?
It was.
What did you observe about people streaming out of the court?
Just generally, I really didn't observe, I don't know.
Okay, was there a large number of people or a small number of people?
There was a large number.
Now, were they going towards the handicap ramp, down the main stairs, or where were they going in general?
There were folks using, both the handicap, handicap rail and the.
Did you, were you near Mr. Carney when those folks started to stream out of the courthouse?
No.
Did you see Mr. Carney do anything else outside the courthouse when these folks were coming out of the courthouse?
I did not.
Thank you, have one more, please, John. Thank you very much, Ron. Nothing further. Thank you.
Oh, he, friends,
I have seen his, institute,
just once,
no.
when was the most recent time you saw him?
Last night, I had one of the jurors from the first year trial.
Have you watched others as well?
Yeah.
You have a paid subscription to any of these channels, some of them are free, some of them are paid.
No.
And,
I mean, the thing is that Turtle Boy's witnesses, there's a bias for him, but it doesn't matter because Cosgrove has to prove that he was trying to violate the restraining order, and he can't do that. There's just no way to do that.
how did you come to run the set, David, or how did you come to execute the set?
I cannot recall if somebody sent me a tweet or if I saw it myself, but it was basically a request from Mr. Carney. If you were there, let me know if you're going to give your observations.
So he put out the request and you responded to it?
Yes, I felt as though.
Tell me what you felt.
Yes.
Answer the question. So, after you responded, what happens if you're still clear?
I sent it over to the paralegal who works for.
Did you draft the whole application yourself or did the paralegal before you were?
I drafted it mostly myself. She cut out parts of it that I originally drafted.
All right. And then you read it over and signed it?
Yes.
So some of this language, like I am of age and resident of Commonwealth of Massachusetts, that's not your word, right?
The fuck is this?
Objection, Your Honor. Legally, she signed it and adopted it. It is her language.
Do you understand the question? Were you the one that wrote that, or was that suggested, Friday that you signed?
I wrote the affidavit.
Thank you. No further questions. Anything on you?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, your excuse.
Thank you.
President.
Court's in recess until 2 o'clock.
All right.
So then we have lunch?
Thank you.
Zoom will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
I'll get it 1:45. Thank you guys. Go keep it there.
They're gonna
Yeah,
have
sure.
lunch, and so court's gonna resume at 2 o'clock, and they're gonna call Paul O'Keefe. Well, that's gonna be interesting. All right, so that's it for that until later. I'm gonna watch the hearing, the Karen Reed hearing from earlier. Well, should we? Because we pretty much watched most of it, and they were just working on scheduling. So what's gonna happen, I think, is just closing arguments are gonna take place tomorrow. People are asking me if I'm gonna be there for that. I'm like, no, dude. No. But yeah, I'd like to, but I will be streaming it, you know. I'll definitely be streaming it. Yeah, nothing of note went on in the Karen Reed hearing, I know. So we got an hour to kill here until Turtle Boy's hearing continues. You guys want to hear Trump? Because I'm still kind of I'm definitely interested in what's going on with these riots, man. I'm definitely interested in that. Oh, thank you, Jeannie Lynn. Appreciate it. Nothing is more devastating for real victims than fake victims, fabricated lies causing judges to not believe true victims. Facts. Now, I don't think that this judge is that easily fooled. You know, I've got a feeling that this judge in Turtle Boy's case is actually fair. I think he sees through the bullshit. He just knows that he has to follow the letter of the law. And, you know, the Commonwealth is moving forward with this case. And, you know, he's waiting to hear. I mean, he moved the motion to dismiss. I don't think he denied it yet, but I think he's going to hear Paul O'Keefe because he did deny Paul O'Keefe's motion to quash his testimony. But the judge denied that motion. So we're going to hear Paul O'Keefe testify. And I'm really interested to hear what he has to say. But I know that he's just going to deny having anything to do with her being invited. That she just somehow got in with the family through somebody else. I'm sure that's what he's going to testify to. But this is why Bradel asked for his phone, at least just for the past 30 days from that date, right? So he wants to be able to prove that they colluded. But the problem is the judge sees this for what it is in a way, and, you know, like, well, it's not that he sees it for what it is. What it is, because what Bradel's trying to do is prove that Lindsay Gattani colluded with people to get Turtle Boy's bail revoked that day, because and have a violation of the restraining order. But the way the judge is going to look at this is Paul O'Keefe is the brother of a victim of a very high profile case, and it could come off like they're trying to make him look guilty of something. So if there's no need to do that in order to prove that Lindsay Gattani is full of shit, then the judge is going to avoid that. The judge is going to be like, that's not even necessary. You know what I mean? I don't need to know that I have enough to know that Lindsay is dirty. I don't need to know that Paul O'Keefe is dirty. That's not the issue here. That's a whole nother issue. That's something else. I'm not here to implicate Paul O'Keefe. We're here to prove that she is weaponized. Is restraining order, but Bradel is proving this woman weaponizes restraining orders. He's already proved it with the Frankie stuff. So he got to show that video to the judge. The judge saw this woman acting crazy and sitting in his car, refusing to get out of his car, and read a police report. And the police report states that she was the aggressor. And she had a restraining order against him and did the same thing, but successfully got him locked up. Now, Aiden, on the other hand, is the incident in question here is Aiden had just gotten out of jail, I think 2 days before that. Aiden just gets out of spending 2 months in jail. And here he is, shows up to the Karen Reed trial. This is kind of his moment too. You know what I mean? Like, right back to work. Fuck jail. They tried to shut me up. They tried to get me to stop doing this. Fuck this. All like the truth and the law is on his side. He did his time, even though he shouldn't have done any time. And he goes right back to work. He goes right back to covering the case where they were trying to keep him from covering. And then, lo and behold, he discovers that it's so deep that this woman makes her way into the courthouse. He thinks he's safe. He thinks he's safe. The last thing that he expects is to see the very person who put him in jail in the first place, who colluded with people to put him in jail, show up with the family of the victim of the case that he's covering. I mean, that's Twilight Zone shit. That's like a nightmare. That's like, oh my God, these people will do anything to get me locked up. Look at all of these people that are in on this. And if anything, it's a head fuck to see this person who he's deathly afraid of because she is willing to lie. She's willing to put her children in danger just to hurt him. This is a very dangerous woman. Clearly dangerous. Any woman who tries to wake up her 4 kids, pack them into a car to watch her have a self-inflicted abortion in his driveway just to hurt him in some way, this is a woman who you have to assume is capable of anything. This is a dangerous, dangerous person. And now he shows up with the very people, the victims. This is fucking surreal because even a good chunk of his followers, a very, very, very large population of his own followers, still see the O'Keefes, and Paul included, as victims. And so this woman shows up as a guest of those people. Imagine that visual for Turtle Boy that day, fresh out of jail, grateful to be out, still fresh and still kind of paranoid. I can't believe I'm out. Like the wrong step, bad luck. You're afraid of, you're knocking on wood, even though you're not superstitious, because you're that afraid of going back to jail for the stupidest little thing. Because you shouldn't have even been in there in the first place. And then you see the person who put you in jail show up with these people with the very people that the McAlberts are using to make themselves look innocent, that they are hiding behind because they're victims, because the public refuses, because the media will refuse to look at the O'Keefes as anything nefarious at all, anything other than the fact that they are victims. This will not be acknowledged. The only journalist that has said anything negative about any member of the O'Keefe family has been Aidan Carney. He's the only one. So imagine that position. All of these major media conglomerates that have put the O'Keefes and painted them in this light of just being victims and nothing else. This woman that he is rightfully afraid of shows up with them. As somebody who struggles with anxiety, I'll tell you right now, I would have broke down. I would have broke down. Like, I mean, Aiden probably would not like me telling you this, but I'm telling you that he has to put up a strong front in order to keep people's morale going. He has to put up a strong front, but he's only human. He's only human. I would think that there's something wrong with him if he didn't have moments where he got deathly fucking afraid. I saw it with my own eyes. After the T-Rex arms shenanigans in front of D&E Pizza where we were illegally recorded, and then he got the news that he was charged, I saw his eyes. I stood right in front of him. I saw his eyes when that happened. He was walking into court, had no idea if a judge was going to go, "You violated your bail. You're going back to jail." Because that could have very, very well happened. He just had new charges slapped on him that he just found out about as he's walking into court. And I saw his eyes, and he was scared out of his fucking mind. And rightfully so. This is a nightmare because none of this should be happening. Make no mistake, folks, that this is not a coincidence. If you are now following the Karen Reed case, just now following the Karen Reed case, and you're new to following Turtle Boy as well as new to following the Karen Reed case, I'm telling you right now that this all tracks. If you now believe after watching this second trial and can see clearly that Karen Reed is absolutely being railroaded by a group of corrupt shitbags. I'm talking from the McAlberts to members of the Massachusetts State Police to members of the Canton Police Department to Hank Brennan to Adam Lally to Beverly Cannoni. If you are convinced at this point that there's something absolutely dirty and shady going on, then you are a fool if you don't think that the same thing is happening to Turtle Boy. Because Turtle Boy is the reason why eyes are on it. Turtle Boy is the absolute reason why eyes are on that corruption. That is a fact. So you are a fool if you think that Turtle Boy is even possibly guilty of these things that he's being accused of. Journalism is not a crime. It is not illegal to ask people questions. It's not illegal to pull out your camera and knock on someone's door. It is not illegal to inquire. Because the one thing that journalists and prosecutors, have in common is they work for the people. Investigators, law enforcement investigators, they work for the people. They represent the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. How is it that Turtle Boy is committing a crime when he is investigating matters that the people that we pay and with our tax money? Well, I shouldn't say we, but You Massachusetts locals, you pay with your tax dollars, you pay for the powers that be to conduct these investigations. How is it a crime if Turtle Boy picks up the pieces, picks up the slack that they wouldn't pick up, runs down leads and asks questions to witnesses that the investigators tasked and charged with the responsibility to follow up on these witnesses, to find these witnesses and follow up on them? Those very investigators who failed to do so, how is it a crime that Turtle Boy went and followed up on them himself? How is that a crime? That is what Turtle Boy is being charged with. And it's masked under a bullshit unconstitutional law called witness intimidation, saying that he intimidated these witnesses. That is simply not true. It is not harassment to ask questions, especially when you have a basis to ask them, when you have evidence that brings you to their door. Just like an investigator, the evidence, they follow the evidence and then they go, okay, that led me to this person's front door to ask them questions about what they know about that night. The only difference is Turtle Boy doesn't have a badge. So why the fuck aren't we asking why it took somebody without a badge to ask the questions that somebody with a badge failed to fucking ask? Why aren't we asking that question? That's the question we need to be asking. That's the question the Commonwealth needs to be asking. Like, it just boils down to that. Like, look at the people who are going after him. They are the worst fucking people. That tells you what you need to know. Like, from a glance from afar, if you're just now, just all of a sudden you go on Turtle Boy's channel and you just listen to him talk without actually knowing anything about him, I could see how somebody could be like, oh, I don't fucking like this guy. I could see that because he doesn't hold back and because he's sitting there and he's calling people cunts and ratchet pieces of shit. I get that. But all you have to do is ask yourself and do a little digging of your own as to why is he calling these people cunts and ratchet pieces of shit. That's all you have to do. Oh, look, it's Andrew Myers, man. I haven't seen you in a minute, dude. It's good to see you, buddy. How long till the jury deliberates in the Karen Reed? I mean, conservatively, because it's easy for me to be like, dude, no more than a day, you know? No more than a day. I mean, that's how I feel. I'm that confident, but I don't know. Maybe it's, but I have to take into account the fact that I've believed Karen Reed is innocent for at least a year. Yes, absolutely. I would love to do that. I would love to have you on at some point or be on your channel at some point again. I'm more than happy to. Just let me know. Guys, make sure to subscribe to Andrew Myers. Dude's awesome. He's got a great channel. I mean, yeah, you're a fool if you don't realize that Aiden is being railroaded. You're a fool if you don't realize that Aiden's being railroaded. Like the same people that railroaded Karen Reed are railroading Aiden. How does that not tell you everything you need to know? And I have been adamantly covering Aiden's charges. I have been adamantly covering this since it happened because it struck my interest immediately. It struck my interest immediately. I had just talked to him for the first time. And then like we had done a stream here together for like it had been like 2 days, and then he got charged. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? And I had already gotten to the point where I was like, I mean, having talked to him, I was like, yeah, there's something seriously wrong here. That was actually what made me want to talk to him. I needed to form my own opinion first. And then I reached out to him, and then I got to talk to him live here. Never talked to him before that. Never had a behind the scenes conversation. And we just, it